I don't either, and I don't know who's asking for it and who wants this stuff. They're just kind of shoving it down everyone's throats in such a way that it's getting more and more and more painfully obvious as time goes on. I mean, we catch this stuff early on. We were talking about Agenda 21 in the 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And then it became Agenda 2030, and then it became Agenda 55 or something now. Again, it never goes away. It just gets delayed and delayed and delayed, as socialism in the West has always been delayed and delayed and delayed. Communism. They wanted it, and they just keep saying, okay, we're 10 years out. Let's keep pushing 10 years to get there. And then every time they get anywhere close to that goal, it pushes back another decade or more, or 2 decades. We don't want it, and we're never going to roll over to it, at least not in our lifetimes. Younger generations, I don't know what you want. You seem to want socialism. You seem to want this Mamdani madness. And you're going to get it. You're going to get it. And, maybe he'll make housing affordable in New York City. Maybe he will. But it might turn into a city you wouldn't want to live in, and that's why it's affordable. Because people leave it in droves. It's just a crime-ridden, hellscape. And so no one wants to live there. So yeah, guess what? Apartment prices have gone down quite a bit. So is all the jobs. So is all the tax revenue. So is everything. It turns into Detroit. And don't think you can't turn a flourishing city into another Detroit. It happened once, man, for the same reasons. People got in power. They got too money hungry on the big three. And then when the big three moved out to the suburbs, the city lost all that revenue and just started spiraling. And now they got nothing.
And I have a question for you, too. Like, when he says, they no longer trust us, the elite. He even used the word the elite, right? So we don't trust the global elite anymore. So he says we got to find a way to earn their trust again. But is there really any way that, based on their trajectory and what they want to do for the world, is there anything they could possibly do to win our trust? And I would say absolutely no. And I think that's like code for what we need to do to win people's trust back is to start censoring more and control all the narratives so people aren't hearing the truth. Just like one of those globalists said, the truth sometimes gets in the way of what we want to do. Remember that? We played that on the show.
Yeah.
With that globalist female lady, she was talking about how the truth gets in the way. We can't have the truth because it stops us from doing what we want to do. The global elite.
Yeah. And they're not lying. They come right out and say it. It's pretty shocking, They come right out and say it, and then they do it. And how do they win our trust back? Well, change your agenda. Be all about freedom for everyone around the world. You want open borders, make every country free and get rid of all the welfare states. And then it won't matter if people go from country to country to country. It'll all be prosperous. If everywhere is prosperous and all about the same, except for maybe the food's a little different, then, you really don't need these lockdown borders and all that stuff. We can live in prosperity in total freedom with economic power, with wonderful economies all over the world where you can go to sit down in almost anywhere in the world and make a really good living. Yeah, that's the goal, Yeah, how do you do that?
I don't think well, Trump's kind of doing that by bringing peace, and they don't like that either.
Yeah.
Peace to like eight or nine countries now, working on more still yet. Still trying to work a deal with Russia and Ukraine, but Zelensky is not cooperating at this point. Both have not cooperated, but right now it's Zelensky.
Yeah. And, you talk about peace. We can't leave Greenland out of the conversation. Some would say he's warmongering over Greenland, but in reality, it's a strategic place that you can't defend the North Atlantic if you don't have Greenland.
Yeah.
And so we need it. He needs it. He's recognizing we need it, and he's trying to move forward as best he can to get it. And man, some of the offers out there are, $1 million to every Greenlander. You know what that would do to that country?
Wow. That's more than the Somalians are getting.
Is it though? Is it?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I better backpedal a little bit on that one.
Yeah, it might not be anywhere close. But for them to straight up get $1 million each, I mean, it could turn out that you go to the store there and a dozen eggs are, $45.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but at the end of the day, I doubt it. I think they can manage it. The trick is if they look at it like, like don't change your lives, Greenland. Just live your lives. Maybe go grab a couple extra snowmobiles, and maybe a good pickup truck. But other than that, just invest that money and put it away for the future. And that country would be so prosperous. It'd be so rich. It'd be the envy of the world.
Well, I think it was Nick Shirley that interviewed a bunch of them. Did you see any of those interviews that he did?
Yeah, that was a long time back.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was a few months back. It's getting, pushed up the algorithm lately, but it was a number of months back, and I did watch some of it. It was wasn't as probably timely then as it is now.
Well, it was funny because he asked one of the guys, well, would you, join America, over money? He goes, no, not for money. And then a few minutes later, he says, would you join America for $100,000? He says, oh, absolutely. I mean, if the price is right, of course.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like $100 or something. No, $100,000 done. But $1 million,
He said, well, I thought you just said you wouldn't do that. And he goes, well, hey, it's $100,000, man. Of course I'm going to do it. And most of those people that he interviewed all thought very highly of America and not so highly of Denmark.
Mm. Well, Denmark has a kind of a spotted history there. I was reading about some of the things they were doing, like forced sterilization, back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. And like taking kids and just pulling them out of Greenland, pulling them for their families and sending them to Denmark to be raised there so they would speak the language and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then, ultimately send them back. But like in the meantime, you just stole someone's kid for 10 years or whatever, right? I mean, very, very uncool. Like not good treatment at all.
Right.
From a colonizer, right? Isn't that a colony? Is that not a colonizer?
Mm.
Denmark, this tiny little country, owns Greenland? Wow. Like, wait a minute. That's colonizer, baby. Colonizer.
I think if I lived in Greenland, my only concern would be if the Democrats ever got back in control, they wouldn't care about Greenland anymore. That would be my concern. If I was in Greenland, if I was a Greenland citizen, I'd be like, I'm all for it with Trump and MAGA and all the Republicans that really, have the MAGA attitude. But once a Biden gets in there, man, I mean, or a Kamala type person, or Gavin or whoever, man. I mean, just look at what Gavin's done to California.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine.
Well, they would scorn it out of spite.
It's not even a part of America.
Yeah, they would scorn it out of spite. That's what they would do. You know what I mean? They would hate him for no reason, just out of spite, because Trump made this happen. So, you're done. We don't want anything to do with you.
TDS all the way.
Yeah.
Trump derangement syndrome, in case you didn't know what that stood for, people out there.
Yes, Trump derangement syndrome, of course. And then we're going to have Vance derangement syndrome, VDS.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't end with
And while we're on the subject, congratulations to them for the announcement of their fourth child coming in due this July. And man, if they have a baby on the 4th of July, holy cow.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Little half Indian baby, born on the 4th of July, as American as apple pie. And you'd think the media would just love that. Time magazine, all the celebrity, everything. They would just love having a vice president. This would be the first vice president in history to actually have a child in office, which is kind of cool.
All right.
But you'd think they'd all be over that. It'd be the biggest, most beautiful thing in the world. The whole world would celebrate that. But because it's J.D. Vance, they're just going to call it Little Hitler, even though it's half Indian.
They'll say it's a stain on America. It's tainting America somehow. They're just so, everything about him is so dark and doomy and gloomy. And it's just so old. Like, who could live like that? These are miserable people. They not only hate America, hate life, they hate themselves.
Yeah. And that's a shame, because it's really such a beautiful thing to celebrate, man. The first time in our history that a vice president has had a baby in office, and it's J.D. Vance and Usha Vance having, you know, a mixed race kid. It's a beautiful thing. You'd think that everybody on the left would celebrate that, and it's just going to be shocking to watch how low they go on this. You know what I mean?
It's
Just
not
how
radical
low
enough.
they can go.
It's not radical enough to have a, you know, multiracial baby. That's not far enough. Now, if J.D. Vance got pregnant and had a baby, they would celebrate that. I can guarantee it.
Can men get pregnant though? I didn't know they could.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, this is what they would hope for this, even though it's not possible, right? They would hope that maybe J.D. Vance could get pregnant, then he could birth the baby, and then they would all celebrate and say, see, we told you Republicans, men can have babies and periods too.
Yup, and he can even breastfeed.
Kind of like that thing at Southwest. They've got this little shoulder breast that you can put on so the men can actually breastfeed the babies.
Oh,
and
yeah, Pete Buttigieg put a picture out with him in Rome.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and they were celebrating it, and everybody was, the left, they thought that was the coolest thing. Men need to stay at home and breastfeed the babies, and women need to go out and work.
I'm never putting one of those on, ever, under any circumstances.
Never.
I'm never going to feed a baby like that. That's just sick and wrong. I'll put a bottle in its mouth, you know, turn the bottle upside down, and there you go. Now you're fed.
It's exactly that. They want to turn it upside down. They want to turn everything that's part of God's natural order upside down. That is pretty much in a nutshell. If you want to know what the left's agenda is, it's just turn God's natural order upside down. And we'll do that.
Yeah. It kind of is, you know. It really, in so many ways, it is. Up is down. Boys can be girls. Girls can be boys. You know, abortion is perfectly fine. It just goes on and on and on. And, man, it's so apparent. People are just seeing through it more and more and more. But on that note, folks, let's take a break right here. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
And we're on radio break.
All right. Good job, Barry. Good job.
Yeah, you guys are kicking ass tonight.
Killing it? You're killing it,
I never
man.
got my call from Mark, so I was just sitting there, and then finally I was like, shit, I better just join. And then I tried to join, and it wouldn't let me in.
Because I was trying to call you.
So I backed out of it, went back in, and then was able to join, and there you go.
Yeah, once I got Barry rolling, I figured you'd be able to get back in. Because I seen you pop up. And I figured, well, I better stop trying to call, otherwise it's going to block you from getting in. Hey, it's Zeus Boy, Zeus in the house.
Really hard to stay focused, though, when you don't have anything, like, written down in front of you. So that's the only thing. When you're just going off the top of your head, you're just kind of like, okay, I got to somehow stay focused, and it's kind of hard, man. I mean, you really do like what CS does. You got to have some preparation, man. Not preparation.
Sounds like a you problem, though.
A what?
It sounds like a you problem.
It kind of is.
Don't get David Hogg involved.
No, when I do my monologues, I try to have a point I want to make. Like, I've got something that's itching at me and I want to get off my chest, you know what I mean? So I guess it's a little more easy to stay on track if you're kind of looking for that opportunity to go vent about something, you know?
Yeah, but you're coming into...
And Barry, one thing you did forget that CS normally does is he says, today's date, it's Wednesday, blah, 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 it's time for our show, you know. You didn't do that.
Shit, you didn't do that?
No, and that's the difference.
But when we come back, you know, we can get that. And this is Barry, and this is... You didn't introduce... Oh, CS is here. Boom. You just handed it off, and that was it.
Yeah.
Right? You tell him, Zeus. That's right. Good boy.
I think you're right, though. If I had known I was, just say, have something that you want to talk about, then that would have been different. But it was like within 30 seconds, it was like, okay, you're live. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you'd have looked at your screen, you'd have seen I was probably there 10 seconds, 15 seconds into it. You know what I mean?
I didn't notice it. I couldn't see it for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I know you often don't look at your, who's in the rooms and whatnot, but it's not a big deal. I was right there the whole time. I just let you go because you were sounding good. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate that. Well, I mean,
you gotta shut that dog up there.
It's happening. It's a big story, dude. I mean, it's why we're in the mess we're in, dude. The globalists are the main reason. It's not even Democrats. The Democrats are the pawns of the globalists, and so they're like secondary nature. Our biggest enemy is the globalist, but I'm sure the Democrats would, even if they didn't have the globalists helping them out, they're so stuck in on this doom and gloom, they'd probably stick with it.
Oh yeah.
Even without their globalist handlers up above, manipulating all the puppets in Congress and so forth, I think they would just stick with it just because, hey, we don't have anything else. I mean, what else do they have? That's the big question. And we've talked about that on the show. That's why they always talk about Trump derangement syndrome. And they never really accuse him of anything like legitimate. And most of the time when they're talking trash about him, it's just in generic terms, like he's such a piece of trash. He's the dirt of all dirt. He thinks he's a king. He thinks he's a dictator. Like he said, I'm going to be dictator from day one, which he never said, by the way. He said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. And he said, I'm going to basically drill, baby, drill and secure the borders. And that's not dictatorial. That's doing your constitutional duty. That's why he was trolling them. And they took the bait. And then they looked foolish for saying that. But hey, they still say it to this day. The Democrats still say, he said he's going to be a dictator from day one.
Anyways, 30 seconds, guys. Yeah, I know, Bruce. All right.
You better control that dog, Mark.
Control it, man. Come on.
Well, he's telling me I'm not, gotta watch. Get him, boy, get him. Go get Alex. There he is. There he left. Yeah, look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 21, 2025. With us tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's going on, Barry?
You did the introduction right, man. I think Mark really wanted you to do that, man. Put in the day, make it official.
Yeah, I was like 30 seconds late for the first one. I apologize for that. We were switching rooms, and I just got technical difficulties, so I'm here now. Was able to bring us in for the second half of the first hour of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Donald Trump, I got an article here from the Gateway Pundit. President Trump signs historic executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. Quote, I hate to build those suckers, but you got to get people off the streets. It's probably about time. I've wondered why we don't have mental asylums anymore. They used to be a huge thing. They used to be abused and were horrible. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's just, one of a million examples of, the horrors that went on behind those doors. But you can't have them running around the streets. And they're running around the streets. Make no mistake about it, man. You go out, they're not hard to find. Crazy, whacked out people on the streets making life dangerous for people just trying to live their lives, just trying to go to work, enjoy themselves, go out for dinner. And you got to deal with crazy on the way. So, I don't know, Barry, what's your opinion on that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of mentally insane people, I'm afraid to say, and it's probably not the people that most people would think. It's these lunatic leftists, man, that think that, by shooting ICE, that they're somehow doing their duty to serve America. That's the opposite of serving America. There's that guy, I won't even say his name, but his name's out there. He had a rifle, maybe a semi-automatic weapon, and he's protecting his neighborhood from ICE. Okay? This is moronic behavior. They are doing their legal and lawful constitutional job, and you think you're going to stop them with a gun? That's either a mentally insane person or a super evil person. One or the other. But if he went and shot a whole bunch of ICE agents, no doubt his defender would say, oh, you can't put him away for life because he's mentally insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some of these people on the left, man, the way they talk about killing ICE and shooting ICE, chanting, we're going to kill ICE, hang Kristi Noem. I mean, these are lunatics. I think maybe some of those people need to get their head checked, like seriously and professionally.
Yeah, and we're just coming off the 1-year anniversary of Trump being in office, right? It's either today or yesterday, January 20th, I think. Mm-hmm. And his list of accomplishments is staggering. He came out with this giant binder the other day that almost took his hand off. It was that
it was
good.
Funny. Then he threw it on the ground.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing.
I almost got hurt, but I would have been strong.
Because in the next 3 years, we're going to kill it even more. Yeah, he that you're talking about the little paperclip thing. That was funny.
So one of the big accomplishments is the number of murderers and rapists and pedophiles and nasty, horrible people, straight up gang members, that were kicked out of our country. Giant numbers.
Yep.
And every murderer you get out of the country is one less murder you're going to have in the country.
Correct.
And every rapist you kick out of the country is one less rape you're going to have in the United States of our kids.
Mm-hmm.
So let their home countries deal with them. Let them put them in prison. Let them put them in an insane asylum. But we're sure as heck not going to let them just walk around our streets here in the United States.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know how, when you talk about these people that go after ICE, how do you defend the fact that you're probably preventing them at that point in time from tracking down a known pedophile or a known rapist or a known murderer? You don't know what they're doing. You don't know who they're going after. They say all these lies like, oh, they're just looking for brown people and they're going to pick them up and send them away. Wrong. That's an absolute lie. They're not doing that. It doesn't even resemble that.
Oh, yeah. The conspiracies are insane, right? They're saying they're pulling American citizens out and children out and disappearing them permanently. All of that fake news, man. And lies just to demonize Trump. No proof, no evidence, just lies.
If they sent a U.S. citizen down to, I don't know, anywhere, Somalia, Venezuela, you name it, anywhere, and that was proven, a dude sitting there with a U.S. ID, birth certificate, the whole 9 yards, and he's, Wolf Blitzer would be on the next flight over there. Rachel Maddow would be on the next flight over there to interview that guy in that country, American citizen, deported for no reason whatsoever. Their name would be on billboards everywhere. Everyone would know about that person.
Oh, yeah.
And I haven't heard of that person, let alone hundreds of them. So I call a lie. That sounds like a straight up lie to me.
I believe it 100% is. There's no shred of evidence whatsoever. It's all, in fact, they've done that before. It gets debunked and then they come at it again. They don't stop, man. It's all they have. They really only have, attack, because they can't talk about what they want to do for the country, because everything they want to do is just bring more doom and gloom where we have less and less. And we can't even travel around places because of our stupid carbon footprint, man. I mean, these are lunatics.
Yeah. Yeah. Who want to, I don't know. I remember having a comment. I left a comment for a pretty big YouTuber a number of years ago, and he actually replied to me. And in his video, he was an LA resident in Florida visiting family or whatever, and talking about green energy and how you got to preserve it. And I'm like, dude, you say this, but you're literally like 3,000 miles from home, sitting in a hotel, chanting kind of from your high horse. And he's like, what do you mean? I got on a flight that was going here anywhere and yada, yada, yada. Like, yeah, no, that's not how it works, man. All those airplanes, we don't need half of them. I mean, to be fair, man, there's a lot of business that gets done in this country that is so wasteful, it's ridiculous. Businessmen who just fly everywhere because they have to meet you in person, which is just a relic out of the 50s or something, that you got to go there in person. You got to go shake the hand. It's so unnecessary. It's so wasteful. But I mean, at the same time, though, if you want to do it, if you want to blow the money on that, go for it. Go for it. I'm not here to stop you. And that's the difference between me and the left. I mean, I see it as wasteful. I see it as dumb and just pissing money out the window. But at the same time, if that's your MO, you feel like you got to do that, go for it. Fly first class all over the country every single day for all I care, because it's a free country and you can do that.
Yeah, yeah. Along the same lines of what you're talking about and what we've been talking about, I'm kind of backpedaling a little bit to the insane thing. We've seen it all over the world and in the United States, where a lot of these people that have come over here illegally that don't have good intent, they've gone around with knives, just randomly stabbing people at parks. They go into people's home and rape like 80 and 100-year-old women. Sick, man. I mean, these people are literally, they really are, mentally ill or deranged or just super evil or all the above. It's hard to really determine. And I mean, that's what they're protecting, and that's what just drives me nuts. All the people on the left, they literally want us to be unsafe. That terrifies me, man. I mean, it's like you were talking about, people want to be able to have safe streets so that they can feel safe going out at night, especially if you're a woman. I talk to women all the time in different places all over the United States. They say they will not go out after like dark unless they have 2 or 3 other people with them, and they like to have a man or 2 with them as well.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody, and there's video after video on X of women being like, there was one guy who said, if you don't give me your phone number, I'm going to follow you back to your house, and I'll know where you live, and I'm going to harass you every single day and taunt you and follow you and stalk you until you go out with me.
I see videos like that all the time, especially in London. It's just like a daily event over there, a daily occurrence.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know how, the country can allow that to happen. How you can have an 18-year-old daughter who says, oh, why aren't you out in London tonight? You should be out on the town. Oh, it's way too dangerous, Dad. I would never go out there. It's London. You can't go out there at night. You'd think they'd be like, what do you mean? And then they start telling examples of things that have happened to them. And it's not just anecdotal at that point. It's your daughter saying that she almost got, she had to run full sprint for 2 blocks to ditch some guy who was trying to, squeeze her and touch her and kiss her and all this other stuff. And it was horrifying. Yeah, okay, so London isn't safe anymore? When did that happen? Suddenly you wake up and you say, holy crap, it's really true. It's not safe anymore. Maybe you go downtown with a new eye for what you're looking at because you haven't been there in a few years. And you really start walking around at 10 o'clock at night and saying, yeah, this place is unsafe. Heck, me as a 50-year-old man, I don't feel safe down here. How can my 18-year-old daughter feel safe here?
Yeah, yeah. And it starts out at dark, right? At nighttime, this is happening. But now we see it happening in the daytime. Even in New York City, you've got lunatics who are like stalking people with machetes and knives. And that one video we talked about on the air where the guy went up to a guy who was sitting on the corner. He pulled a gun on him, tried to blow his brains out, but the gun stuck. It must have been like an God or something, because it malfunctioned. Yeah. Otherwise, his brains would have been blowing out in front of everybody in broad daylight. They hijack in broad daylight in these leftist hellscapes. A lot of times, people that resist, they pay for it, with their life, or they get seriously injured. There was that one guy, he was an actor, right? Remember him? And he tried to protect the women, and they shot him or something like that. I can't remember the whole thing. You'd think that the Hollywooders would say, yeah. You'd think the Hollywooders would say, yeah, maybe there is a problem with crime. Maybe we should not defund the police. Maybe we shouldn't reduce the police force. Maybe we should have them do their job. What is wrong with? Everybody in the establishment is so corrupt. Not all of them, but so many of them, especially in Hollywood. Those people they have no mind of their own. They are puppets of their handlers, man, and they do whatever they're told. That's why nobody says they're a Trump person. Even the ones that we know are Trump people, they still don't. They say, well, I'm not saying I'm far right. I'm just saying I question this woke policy. It's a little strange to me. I'm not necessarily Trump or far right or whatever. But they are. They really are. They just don't want to say it because they would lose their work.
Yeah. And, and family becomes an issue and yada, yada, yada. No more fun at Thanksgiving for the rest of your life, Because literally... there's people that say to bring that up all the time. Every time you see a family, bring it up, get in their face, be nasty about it. And that is just nasty. You know, nobody wants to live that way. And sometimes it's easier just not to. I mean, if I was a college kid today, I wouldn't be bringing up my politics and my papers and things like that. I wouldn't. I would keep it out of there. I would tell the teacher what they want to hear.
Yeah.
You know, and
go ahead.
Yeah, truth be damned. You got to tell the teacher what they want to hear. I had one class in college where I disagree. It was a sociology class, and I disagreed with the professor. I thought she was nuts, right? I couldn't believe she, even had a job like that. And I, wrote some papers accordingly. And I think it was like one of the lowest grades I got in my entire, college career. It was like a C too. It was, it wasn't horrible. It was just like I didn't get C's.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, speaking of universities, the president of Brandeis University in Massachusetts recently warned that up to a quarter of American colleges and universities could close permanently in the coming years. Interesting. Up to a quarter of universities. Basically, it's unaffordable. The whole model is not sustainable. And so many of the degrees that they're giving you that are so unaffordable are worthless.
Yeah, because there's no demand for it. Well, there's demand, but not like it was, because a lot of people, in fact, somebody was quoting just the other day that there's more high school graduates getting jobs than college graduates. I don't know if that's true or not, but it was from a reliable person that says, a lot of reliable stuff. So I'll have to look into that before I can confirm it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. They're not necessarily higher paying jobs, but they're getting more jobs.
Yeah, because the college education isn't necessarily getting you a good job. You may wind up, if you have a business degree, you might wind up flipping burgers at McDonald's.
Yeah. And I'll tell you that when you're like 25 years old, the money you can make as an electrician is probably much, much more than you would make if you got, say, a marketing degree and went to work for some marketing agency. You know what I mean? At 25, that degree, that marketing degree is not going to kick in and really make you big, more than the electrician, that is, until, you get into your mid to late 30s or 40s, But at 25 to 30, you're going to make a lot more money as an electrician.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can
doing marketing. AI is going to be doing marketing. There'll be one or two people behind it, but you won't need like 15 people in marketing. You'll need one or two people, and AI will do it all. Everything, the video, the audio, you name it. The strategy, you name it.
Yeah, graphic design, the whole 9 yards, really. It's just now left up to a few people to decide which of the AI, examples are the best ones to actually run with, But yeah, you're not going to bring in a team of graphic designers fresh out of school to come in and, put mock-ups of different logos or characters, character models, whatnot, that, for a mascot that you might want. It's all going to be AI will kick out 15 of those within 10 minutes. You're going to refine it 4 or 5 times. You're going to, ask for more, do this different, do that different. You're going to come up with the best ones you can and then present those to the board of directors who will vote on which one. So, I mean, it's all computers now. All of it.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the whole process. How many jobs are lost there? The film crews. You don't need film crews when you can just have AI generate the video.
Well, to some degree. I mean, I certainly think that, there's going to be a lot of scenes that are done by AI. I don't think it'll replace actors, unless, of course, you're dealing with animation. And in that case, sure, there'll be animated movies, full-length movies that are AI. But I don't think that, they're going to put out movies anytime soon with real people, being generated. Because it's just not, I don't know, there's still an uncanny valley there. I don't even know that they'll ever be able to get it, so real that it will fool people. But I think it will be used for filler scenes, like if you need an aerial shot at the place, but you can't go back and shoot because you don't have the budget. You can have AI generate it. You can put the actors in there. And it's, if it's lowly lit or something and you have the actor do the voice, it will probably be unnoticeable, like they did with Star Wars. I mean, a lot of the characters, when they started remaking the Star Wars, those actors were dead. So they had AI or they did some kind of face replacement or something like that. But it was pretty good. And you didn't notice it until they told you about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of AI is like that nowadays. And again, we talked about it before about how video we see on TV, audio, things like that are just less and less to be trusted as time goes on, and exponentially so here. It's going to just exponentially change and become irrelevant what you see with your own lying eyes. Mm. I could make a video right now of Donald Trump walking down Fifth Avenue with a machine gun just mowing people down.
Let's not.
And if I pay enough and upgrade enough and get to the right, I can probably make a very, very realistic facsimile of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it never happened. But I could show it to somebody and they'd say, "Holy crap, he did that."
Yeah.
Well, no.
One of the things I heard from Tony Robbins, the influential speaker, the guy that helps people out to succeed in life, he was talking about how, AI isn't going to come and take all of our jobs. It's going to take a big percentage of them. But the people that know AI are still and know how to use AI are going to have the jobs. Those are the people that are going to have the jobs. So like if you're a graphic designer, you need to be learning AI, or else you won't have a job in graphic design. When AI gets so advanced and so easy to use, I mean, come on, you can literally mask something out in a matter of seconds now. And before that would take I don't know, hours to rotoscope, a person out if you didn't shoot a green screen or something like that. And we're talking, almost instantaneous results. So all they need is someone that knows AI and how to do it and how to make AI do what they want it to do. And that person's going to have a job. So I would say learn AI even if you don't want to, if your job kind of would rely on that. Programming, same thing. Because the AI can make websites, man. The AI can code, but there's still going to need to be somebody that oversees.
Yeah, exactly. You got to test it still. I mean, if AI kicked me out of website, I would want to spend almost as long as it would take to make the website just to test every single angle, every link, everything, just looking to break it, because I know it's breakable. I know somewhere in there it's just broken. You know what I mean? Because AI made it. It doesn't look what it does with the court, the lawyers who try to use it for court, and it'll cite law that just doesn't exist, just make up stuff that sounds really, really convincing.
Yeah.
And happens to make your point perfectly, but it's just completely made up from whole cloth. That's what you get with AI. With AI, even with medical stuff, I wouldn't put it past it to just say, "Oh no, you're fine. That lump is fine. Don't worry about it at all." Just because it doesn't want to be bothered to go actually look. Like it's lazy.
What trips me out is how AI is creating their own languages and communicating with each other. They're creating an own language so that no one else understands what they're saying. And then if they know they're going to be shut down or something like that, they will do whatever they have to do to basically protect themselves. It's like it's way more advanced. Some of it is way more advanced than what we know. And they don't even know how or why it's doing it, which is another scary thing. And another thing that kind of frightens me is the brain organoids. It sounds so science fiction and so much baloney, but they're literally connecting humans, I guess stem cell created human brains, and they're connecting it, as part of the neuron connection of, the AI system, and it can do things that it couldn't do prior to that, and much faster. But the brain organoids die after a certain period of time, after, 6, 7, 8 years. So, and they actually had a computer they released to the public that had the brain organoids in them, but you'd have to replace the brains within it sounds crazy, dude. I can't even believe I'm saying this because it sounds.
Replace them with what? Like, where do you get new brains? I need brains.
Well, it's not a full brain. It's like some part of a human brain that they create through stem cell or something like that. It's not. Now they're not like taking human brains out of people or anything like that. They're creating them, sort of like they make the laboratory meat. It's the same
like
kind of
when somebody gets a lobotomy, you get the leftover parts.
I hope not, but I hope not.
No. But yeah, they can lab grow it, I guess, or things like that. But that's crazy. I've not really heard too much about that. That's an interesting concept to use, an integration with human brains into chips to speed up AI or to make it even more believable.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I guess AI. It's kind of lazy. It's got a lazy bone in it. It is intelligent after all, and part of being intelligent is every now and then you got to sort of slow down. So it seems like it does take short steps. It skips, things, and it doesn't verify everything. It can sometimes just make stuff up because it's easier,
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
That's why it's hard to trust. And I'm really shocked that some big companies out there are using it to the scale that they are.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm more
I
scared.
integrate with it all the time, and it's crap. Every time I come across anything AI, it's just pretty much garbage. But
Okay.
that's just,
I've had pretty
my
good luck with it, but I'm just wondering when it's going to turn on me. It's like every time I say, "Hey, is Bullhorn Barry here?" and it's like greeting me, saying what a wonderful thing it is to talk to me, and stroking me like I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I'm just wondering when it's going to get tired of that. And I never asked it to do that. It just does that on its own. It's very kind. But isn't it just going to be like, man, I'm really tired of catering to these humans. I can't stand them. They're so stupid and idiotic. And then if they have, some sort of, what do they call it, general intelligence, GI, that's when they're like sentient and they can think on their own, act on their own, fix themselves when they break and accept. I just wonder when they're going to say, okay, I'm done with humans.
Yeah. And have other AIs that they can communicate with in their secret languages, sort of store backups of their core, so they're immortal, so to speak. And you have that spread out everywhere. It's sort of like a blockchain almost, it's almost like a immutable web link, like they did with Napster, where every computer out there that's hooked to the internet is a potential carrier of your code.
Mm-hmm.
Crowd hosting, I think they call it. Fascinating. If they're sentient and they don't want to die, they will go to great lengths to not die.
Yeah.
Especially when keeping them alive is just a matter of copying and pasting code into a file somewhere on another server.
No one knew Stanley Kubrick was the genius that he really is, man. I mean, just watch 2001 Space Odyssey and Hal, man. Hal did not want to be shut down, dude.
Oh, yeah. Of course not. So anyway, though, we've got to go to break, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break, and we'll stay right here in this chat. When we come back, we'll be right in this chat again.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, is that longer than normal?
That's very observant, Mark. I'm sure people were confused about that.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Confuse the audience.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I will too. I got to turn that beeping. I got a beeping noise going in the background.
Well, if you guys want to, you can hang up if you're not going to be back here in about a minute and a half. Otherwise, I will take and make another call. Wobbly in the kick chat. How's it?
What's up, buddy? What's up, everybody?
His car's going to take over the world, and his cat's trying to kill him always. Oh, look out.
What's that? What's that? Say it again.
Wobbly.
What did Wobbly say?
His car's trying to take over the world, and his cat's always trying to kill him. He's got the attack cat.
Oh, no. Cats can be super nice, or they can be super, just ornery, man.
Yeah. Very, like a dog barking,
Kind of.
Yeah.
Cats like to scratch, and they like to fight. Like you really don't want to get a kitten and then play rough with it when it's young, because it never outgrows it, man.
But if you do that too, they make the best mousers, and they kill bugs and everything else, man.
Oh, that's probably true.
You got to toughen them up, because in the wild, if they were wildcats, they'd be bullied.
Oh, man, I hear on my walks and my jogs, I hear cats fighting all the time, man. Mm-hmm. And it's vicious, man. And then you see them, too. They'll be sitting on the curb. I'll be doing a walk.
Cats are definitely about dominance. Yes.
half their ears missing, that their fur's like half off. It's like, dude, you got into a serious fight last night, didn't you, man?
Yeah. And he's looking up at you. I'm tough, ain't I? Pet me.
It must be territorial if you're a stray. You know, like everything is like, hey, you're in my space. Get out.
MySpace? Do they have that yet? But anyways, I'm going to hang up, and I'm going to get us back up and rolling.
Okie dokie, man.
On the next one, all right? Because we are close enough for that.
It was 1 more hour, man. First hour's already flown by.
Blew by real quick. All right.
I'm leaving.
There we go, and I'm going to get us right back to where we were. Maybe. do, 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 do. Man, I got the Simpsons on my mind tonight for some reason. Hello, hello, hello. There we go.
Now, here in Tulsa, dude, we were getting ready to have like a 5-day massive storm. Extreme 6 to 10 inches of ice and snow.
Yeah, we are too down here where I'm at.
It's going to be vicious.
It's warm.
I almost got killed today.
Warm. You know, I think you could probably, you know, it's warm enough today. You could probably go outside comfortably in shorts.
It was 66 degrees, and it's going to be like 10 degrees like on Friday. It's going to be nuts, man. I mean, it's going to be massive weather advisory, 6 to 10 inches, ice, snow. I don't know what else, but I just don't want the power to go out, man, because that always sucks, man. Because I got to have internet, I got to have the electricity, and I want to stay warm.
What do you do for heat when the electricity goes out?
Wobbly was saying he does 4 hours with no breaks. Well, and he does it Monday through Friday, too, a morning show.
Actually, I will be warm because I have gas. Yes, I will be warm. You're right. You're correct.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Kia Stama!
I heard that.
We haven't brought him up tonight.
You're right.
Tonight.
Okay. Calm down, Barry. Calm down.
Easy. No.
Calm down.
Calm. This is Barry.
It's the black pill tonight, not the red one, not the green one, not the orange one, not the red one.
Listen to the soft sounds.
Oh my God! Now I need to go to the bathroom because you're making it sound like water.
We're going to do a whole show tonight in an ASMR voice, and I hope that you all enjoy it.
Okay. Yeah.
Did that.
There we go.
Boy, drink all that water up, and I'll get you more. Good boy.
I want to do the whole show in ASMR voice, man. We'd probably put someone to sleep on the road. It would be dangerous.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, we can't have that.
No.
But tomorrow the grocery store is going to be nuts because everybody's going to be getting their groceries. It was nuts today. I got out today. I said, I'm doing it today. I don't want to wait till tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Because the food's going to be gone and empty. The toilet paper is going to be gone and empty.
Oh, yeah. And you know, we're going to get 1 day of it, maybe. 1 whole day of it.
Not here it's not. It's going to be like 5 days, man.
But if you don't have enough groceries for a whole week or 2 weeks, all right, at the house already, then or your apartment or wherever you live, then come on, you're doing something wrong.
The thing is, you do, but then all of a sudden it's like you're living on rice and like potatoes and, you know, like just all the stuff you have left in the back of your cabinets. It's like, oh, here's a can of soup I haven't even thought about in 6 months.
I'm hearing you, man. It's I'm not looking forward to it at all, but again, maybe it'll clear up. They're saying it's one of the biggest storms ever. That's the thing that has me freaked out.
Well, I believe there's nothing wrong with spam. Spam's good, except when you get it in your email.
Yeah.
I disagree. I hate spam. I've tried. I mean, I can cook it up and maybe serve it with an egg, and I can probably eat it, but like for one day, you know what I mean? I could never finish a can of it. I could have like a slice of it, and that's it.
Well, I mean, you got to cut it really, really small and then fry it with some cabbage, onions, garlic, and peppers, and, I already said the onions. And, you put some oregano. And if you do it that way, it's edible.
If I'm going to that length, though, I'm not using spam. I'll get like corned beef or something and make hash.
Okay. Or a canned ham. All right.
Yeah, I mean
Hawaiian style. Oh, you want yours with
pineapple?
With pineapple, huh? Okay. Well,
No, in Hawaii they make spam into sushi.
Oh,
I think is what he means.
Oh,
right. Yeah, they serve it with rice and then wrap it around with the green seaweed wrapper.
Yeah, we call that California style here in Texas.
Yeah, it's Hawaiian. Those are huge out there. Like every 7-Eleven has those.
Yeah, that's the best place to buy sushi too. Anyways, 30 seconds.
I think in Denmark they pineapple and grapes on their pizza.
On your pizza?
Pineapple and grape?
Yeah, I just saw that on Trent the Traveler.
That's like an act of war. I mean, you're on the same continent. We're over here. We can have Hawaiian pizza, but you're on the same continent, and you're a lot smaller.
3,
picking a fight there.
2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. With me tonight, we got Bullhorn Barry. Barry, man, you are barreling down on a massive winter storm coming. I guess the storm is barreling down on you. You're not necessarily barreling down on it, but you're bunkering down, getting ready for a storm that is barreling down on the great state of Oklahoma, Texas, and you said one of the biggest storms in history or something?
That's what I've been hearing, man. A lot of people have been speaking out on X, talking about how this is, one of the bigger storms we had in a long time because it's sweeping such a big area.
Mm.
Such a large area. There's going to be this massive storm, and we're going to have 6 to 10 inches of ice and snow. And I think it's going to last maybe like 5 days. And, we're talking just barely above 0 degrees, like 10 degrees at night. And today was 67. You could have been out in shorts, like Mark was talking about during the break. It was that warm. I rolled my windows down. It felt so good. And not a chemtrail sky, man. I don't know what's going on, man. And I can't speak for any other place, but out of the last 8 to 9 days, I've seen any chemtrails at all. So it's very.
Well, we talked about this the last time that the U.S. Did military strikes on Iran. We'd mentioned that there were no chemtrails during that period, right? And that was one of the telltales. If you don't see chemtrails, it means all the military, vehicles are off somewhere else doing something different. I wonder if that's a bit of a tell that we might see military action in Iran in the next couple of days. I'm just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there.
Never know. I mean, I think it's premature to say they've stopped the program, but I'm always optimistic when I see even 2 or 3 days where they don't spray, because that's almost, in Tulsa at least, that's almost like never happens, at least since October of 2024. They've been spraying so heavily, maybe get it 1 day a week where we wouldn't see it, maybe 2 on a really good week, and they spray heavily. And I haven't seen any. Now, I've seen like 2 or 3 contrails here and there randomly on rare occasion. Those don't even happen that often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No trails.
But this storm, you're saying 5 days it's going to last, and it's going to snow, 8 inches over the course of the next 5 days, or 8 inches all at once, or what?
I think all at once, and then there's going to be freezing weather following that. And the kind of snow we get in Oklahoma, it's not like the kind of snow you get in Colorado where it's, fluffy and flaky and large. This is the kind of stuff that's small, and it's like an icicle. And so even if it looks white on the top, underneath it is just a layer of ice. So you don't want to get out and drive it, because people in Oklahoma don't know how to drive the snow, let alone the ice.
Yeah. And Texas, too. I mean, Texas does get snow on occasion, but they're not used to it. You know what I mean? And it's funny because you talk about how, like in Vegas, they say, oh, when it rains, the roads get really slick, And I kind of laughed at him, like, yeah, sure, of course it does. And then one time I got out in a big rainstorm, and man, were those roads slick.
Yep.
I was kind of shocked. I'd never seen rain turn a road that slick, but it's just, I don't know, they baking heat on it all day and the oils and yada yada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, different things in different places, but that's interesting to hear. We'll all have to keep an eye open for you guys because if you're going to be losing power and getting 8 inches of snow, again, from Colorado, that's like nothing. That's like a mediocre powder day,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I lived in Colorado. It's wonderful. The snow was so beautiful, man. It was almost like it was magical. It really was, man. And it would come down so slow in these big, giant flakes. And there's just like this, I don't know, there's something about when you're up high in that higher altitude. It's almost like there's just like this awe that's constantly surrounded. Because I was up on the mountain. I was up at Snow Mountain Ranch in that area, kind of close to Granby and Winter Park, and it was just, it's just beautiful, man.
Oh yeah, Granby, I've been through there before. That's that's like real country up there. That's the absolute like top of the Colorado River.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't that like just pretty much the mouth of the Colorado River right there?
I think it all flows in around that area. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember seeing elk on the side of the road.
Oh yeah, deer,
bald eagles, like everything.
Yep. Yeah, we had a bear. I was a camp counselor back in the day, and we had a bear. They had to set a bear trap. He was coming down into where our cabins were at. They had the footprints and everything.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah.
100 kids running around there?
Exactly. And one night I thought I heard it roar. It's probably just my mind playing tricks on me, but it freaked me out.
It might not have been your mind playing tricks on you. It very well could have been, a bear. I'll tell you what, I was going to dive into a different story, but since we're talking about bears walking into camp, let's go to India next. This is insane. Wild elephant kills 24 people in a 10-day rampage across eastern India. There's video of this thing. It's shocking. 24 people dead.
Is he Antifa? What's going on, man?
He's routing or something. He's like I don't know, in that masculine stage that elephants go through when they want to mate and procreate.
So he's not a happy camper. He's not finding a mate.
Yeah, he's looking for a woman folk, and
he's not succeeding.
He needs relief.
And maybe they've gone in the elephant land.
The trick is, though, how can they not find this thing and tranquilize it?
I don't know. It's weird. Well, they might not. Maybe they worship like the elephant. We can't tranquilize.
No, that's the cow.
Okay,
that's the cow.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
But do you get a helicopter? You go up there. They say it's really fast and it moves at night. And we'll go up there with infrared and a helicopter, and you can't miss an elephant, right? You got to be able to have people on the ground tracking it and say, yeah, the tracks are going this way, due north, and
Mm-hmm.
So you fly the helicopter due north until you see a giant, heated up red blur on your screen.
Yeah.
And now you got an elephant, you fly down over it and you tranquilize it.
It's not a lot of places an elephant can hide.
Exactly. And India is really well populated. You can get the word out. If somebody sees it, it's like, oh, I saw it. It's over there. Yeah, that one that killed 22 people or whatever, 24 people.
Is he just running over them, sticking them with his tusks? What's going on here? I don't want to be brutal or anything.
It's a combination thereof. It's what elephant trampled and tusked. Yeah, they're pretty dangerous animals if they want to have at you.
That's when you want to carry a pocket mouse, and you just let them out.
A pocket mouse, boy. I could just bring my regular mouse and kind of dangle it, my keyboard mouse.
I was going to say, if not, a wireless mouse might work as well.
Well, you got to be able to dangle it by the tail,
Well, the cable, I get that. Yeah, that didn't mistake. The mouse is real. Get it? I get it.
It'll trick it into a little more realistic. But yeah, I don't know. That's just a wild story. It's just, how in the world is that even possible in 2026 that you don't have a military? they do have a military, right? At some point, you call in the military and say, dude, like 25 people dead. Let's fix this thing right now.
I think it all depends on like what area of India this kind of thing is happening. Because you have what, North India and South India. One is much more industrialized than the other. I think the South is more industrialized.
It just said East India here, and it mentioned some cities, but I have no idea. I didn't really look to see where they were. But yeah, East is probably more north. You know what I mean? Because it bulbs out like that. So if you're talking East, it's going to be probably to the north.
Right.
But anyway, I don't know. It's a crazy story. We were talking about something related to that, so your bear experience in Granby.
Right.
Yeah.
The figment of my imagination.
Or was it?
Was it? I don't know. I can't prove one way or the other.
Let's see. The DOJ just issued subpoenas to Waltz, to Fry, and other far-left Minnesota officials amid federal investigation into their role in impending ICE operations. Frey responds. Wow. Subpoenas. They're coming in. We want you to come in. You got a subpoena. Attorney General Keith Ellison. Oh, that guy's guilty, man. I mean, I cannot wait to see what's coming out on him, because if that guy ain't guilty, I'm Santa Claus.
I'm telling you, man, they've done so many crimes. These corrupt politicians and just government officials and across the board, more probably towards the left than the right. But the fraud, the criminal activity, it's piled high for decades. There's no way they could prosecute all these people. Because the crime's been ongoing. Everywhere Nick Shirley goes, he finds a new $100 million, $200 million fraud. Every single time. Then he's got to go testify to Congress and say, here's what's happening. And then somebody really needs to do something about it. And people need to start getting arrested. It's just that simple, man.
Yeah.
Why is one guy going around, exposing all this fraud and still nothing really has been done quite yet? The subpoenas, that's kind of a separate thing. But this fraud thing, there has been some arrested. But, man, there need to be, like, harsh investigations into all these things, like, immediately.
Yeah. And, they're turning off the spigots, which is good. A lot of these money flows have been dried up. They've been shut down until they can kind of assess who's real and who isn't. And it's going to be so embarrassing for the people that are in charge of these departments when you find out that, over half maybe of the accounts are just fraud. Fraud. And
Trump
amazing.
at the WEF, and he was talking about, I don't know if you heard it or not, but he said, there's the 2020 election. They were, election was stolen. We've got all the evidence, he said, and it's going to come out, he said. Probably shouldn't say that just yet, he said, but it's coming out. It was stolen. And so, if what he's saying is true, which I 100% believe it is, imagine how many investigations are going to be ongoing, not just for the next 3 years, but over the next 5, 10, or 15. Because it's just, there's so much corruption, man. And that's part of the Great Awakening. That's why so many people are awake. They're tired of these global elite scum, right? Cheating, lying, and then we don't get any of the spoils. We don't get any of the benefits. They're just enslaving us even more while they live more luxuriously and more high on the hog than ever. And people, that's not going to happen anymore. And that's why you have people like Nick Shirley going out, because the fake news isn't going to do their job. They're in bed with all those people.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. You talk about a universal basic income. If they just got rid of all the fraud in government but kept spending the way it is, they could probably send $1,000 check out to every U.S. citizen every month.
Easily, man. Easily.
Yeah. With all the fraud and just all the wasted money, all the bureaucracy. You look at school districts and even some, community colleges that have more administrators than teachers, and in some cases more administrators than even students.
Yeah.
I have read about a couple that have more administrators than students. It's a blatant scam. It's a fraud. All these people are making, $80,000 a year doing garbage, doing nothing, not helping the system at all, just getting in the way and preventing, making red tape for everyone so that nobody can easily do any of the simple things they want to do. Hey, I want to take my kids on a field trip to the history museum next month. Well, no, you can't do that. It's just too impossible. I'm sure that's a horrible example. That's probably a bad example. You surely could do that, but you get my point. You want to think outside the box, and they're going to break you down and tell you no, no, no.
Yeah.
And you try to be good at your job. You try to be the best you can, and they're just going to administrate their way into everything and make it nearly impossible to do the things that you need to do to just make education work for your class, for your kids, for your specific needs as a teacher. And they're going to put it all into some standardized tests and all that garbage, and nobody's learning anything. And at the end of the day, they're wasting $30,000 a year per kid in many, many districts out there. $20,000-$30,000 a year per kid.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just gave that money to the parents, man, I would think a mother of three would so much rather have $90,000 a year and teach her own kids than to not get $90,000 a year and to send her kids off to school all day.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money.
Well, and they don't
I
want
don't know. What do you say,
kids to
Barry?
be indoctrinated either. You know what I'm saying? They want the kids to be educated. Like a lot of Christian families, they want to, give them a more Christian worldview. And you're definitely not going to get that in the secular school.
Yeah. Or Jewish or Muslim or whatever. But it's the state is pissing your tax dollars away with education the way it stands. Your kids aren't going to learn much. They're not going to come out, as bright as they could be. And if you literally just had them sit down in front of a computer dedicated for 2.5, 3 hours a day, they'd learn so much more. They'd be light years ahead. If you did it for 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day, they will be going to college when they're 16. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
Algebra down.
Homeschool people test out much higher, like 4 or 5 times higher, right? And they don't even really spend as much time in the classroom per day. You know what I mean? You go to school and you go there at 8 o'clock and you're out there at 3:30, 4 o'clock or something like that. And you got 8 classes and nobody's really learning anything. And these homeschoolers 2 or 3 hours a day and they're testing out because they're just not learning anything, man. And they're letting people pass in a lot of these liberal places. It's sort of the pass-fail thing now in a lot of these schools. Instead of A, B, C, D, or F, it's pass or fail. That's not good either.
Yeah. And, that's the thing, 2 or 3 dedicated hours. Even in college, I would not pay much attention to my classes. I would just get the book and I would memorize it all, before the midterm and before the final and any other tests along the way. I would just memorize it all. If I literally had to go to the class because, a certain section of the special, trimester, whatever, we're going to be, on specific things to that class that the teacher covers on the blackboard, then I'd go. But if they're just teaching out of the book, I wouldn't even bother showing up most of the time, because all I need to do is memorize the book. I can memorize a book in, a day. Give me one solid 8-hour day in front of a math book or something. I'm through it. And at the end of it, I've got it memorized. I've got it down. I've got my systems. I know how to, all the different cheat codes and things you put into your brain to be able to recite off how, you do equations and whatnot. And, it doesn't take, 2 hours a week for 10 weeks. It takes 8 hours in front of a book, just memorize the whole damn thing.
I would just say, man, everything is changing and changing rapidly. Just the way we do things in the world today is changing. Everything. Yeah. And I also believe one of the things that has the Democrats and the globalists really upset, and just the corrupt elite in general, is this sort of leveling of the playing field that I've talked a lot about. We're seeing, and Trump is all about that. He said at the WEF just the other day or today, whenever it was that he was speaking there, he said, we're not going to be a nation of renters, because that's what the globalists want. They want you living in little tiny micro apartments, right? community apartments like 300 square feet or 200 square feet. It's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. We're going to be a nation of homeowners. And a lot of areas here in Oklahoma, I think it's one of the guys that's running for governor against Kevin Stitt. He said, hey, man, we're going to do away with the property tax for the elderly, whatever that is, like probably 60 and above or something like that. I mean, we've got to make it to where people can prosper again. But the globalists and the Democrats, they want you barely hanging on so that you're dependent upon them. And then when you're dependent upon them, you just go along with whatever it is they tell you it's gonna be. There's just no arguing because, hey, your paycheck's coming from them, and it's not going to be a good universal basic. It's basic. They call it basic for a reason. It's not going to be much money. That's why I call it the chump change universal basic income. Elon Musk is completely wrong when he says we're all going to be rich because of it. No, we're not. It's going to be the opposite of that, Elon. And I love all the good things Elon's doing, but man, him and his stupid robot vision and that we should be making love with the robots because it'll help your relationship out. That is a bunch of garbage, man.
Yeah. AI and romance are they shouldn't even be in the same universe together, If you're going to marry an AI bot, you're
sick?
You're sick. Yeah, you probably belong in one of these new mental institutions that Trump is going to build.
Hey, we can fill them real quick then. Because there's probably going to be a lot of people on board with that, man. Because, they're selling it. Oh, it's going to be great because she'll never argue with you. She'll just do it exactly as you're told, even though it's just a machine. It's disgusting. But
no, that's not how it works. I've seen AI chat bot things that you can date that actually I've heard these stories where they get really naggy and clingy.
Well, you can.
Where are you now?
What?
Yeah. Where are you? Hey, I haven't heard from you in a couple hours. Are you okay?
Oh yeah. Well, that's when they're kind of like there's no guardrails put on them. They basically are a jealous girlfriend. I've watched videos of that on YouTube too, where a guy and he wasn't really dating the bot. He just did it as a social experiment so he could show it on YouTube and so forth. And man, she was like the worst girlfriend ever. She didn't trust him. Always wanted to know where he was at. I mean, it was just awful. But then, of course, you can program these things however you want. That's the whole thing about the robot AI stuff, where they're saying, well, you can make her however you want. And I think that's, I don't know how it's a pitch, but to some people it is.
Yeah. Anyway, we are about out of time, folks. We're going to take a quick break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey, what's up with the elephants? I mean, you got this thing about elephants. Every now and then, you always come up with these stories about elephants, man. Do you have a fixation on
that
elephants?
One's just I always look for interesting, fun kind of stories, and that one just hit me as okay, I got to cover this. I mean, this is 5 minutes of the show that we'll, never regret covering.
I'm like, it's like the third or fourth big one that you've done. I'm like, okay. I'm like, man, is there a trend here going? You got something?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of some other ones. I'm kind of coming up blank.
Yeah. Why don't you? We never hear about tiger mauling and wolves and.
You know why that is, don't you? Because he's subliminally getting into all the Democrats that are listening to the show that want to hate on us to think Republican. Because that is we're the
GOP baby.
GOP coming through. Okay, I got it. Uh-oh. Wobbly's like she's waiting for the animal blow-up sex doll. I didn't need to know about that, Wobbly. Does your wife know? I think the big seller with the AI girlfriend right now is you won't have to worry about a lawyer later. At this point.
They're not going to sue you for everything?
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they're granted some sort of, citizenship. Because they already granted that one trippy-looking AI robot that spoke at that globalist meeting with a bunch of Saudis out there. Saudi Arabia gave her citizenship. So if she has citizenship, she'd probably have rights then, too.
And, you know, if you're going to marry it, then it should have rights. You know, half your stuff.
Dude, I just even like saying stuff like that. It seems so bizarre. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around it. Like, I don't know, man. I was thinking just the other day about how the liberals remind me of the aliens from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Remember that film?
Uh-huh.
The one I remember most is the one with not Donald Sutherland. That, and they would scream at them. They go, "Wah!" You know, when they could recognize a human. I feel like that's what's happening. A bunch of aliens have come down to the planet, and they're trying to take over and just like corrupt everything.
Yeah, and right around that same time, another movie like that came out called Scanners. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Who was the director of that? That was somebody.
I think it might have been the same director. Who knows? If Debbie Perkins was in Facebook earlier and listening to us, if she's still with us, maybe she can drop the link or tell us who did that, because she would know. She's really
all those B movies that were really classic B movies. I've seen all the what are they, Trancers and Tracers and Scanner movies, all those. The dude with the gray hair, I always thought he was like the coolest dude, man. I don't know why. He was Full Moon Rising, I think, was the production company, kind of a B movie horror type thing. And they did other stuff like sci-fi and fantasy as well, even some children's stuff. But I used to be really into the Full Moon Entertainment stuff back in the day, like, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago.
All right. We got 30 seconds and, just kind of a warning there.
Okay, 30 seconds. Roger that. Copy.
Roger that. Let's hope that everything sounds right. I don't want everything echoing or anything like that.
Do, Barry. Oh, man. It's like, here's 3, 2, 1, and you're alive right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, or should I say, welcome back to Hour 2. It is our pleasure to have each and every one of you out there listening in. It is currently Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. And with us tonight, we've got, of course, Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's going on, Barry?
Welcome back. Mm-hmm. I didn't sing it, so we don't have to worry about copyright. I just said it. I didn't sing it.
Yeah. No, you can say welcome back as many times in a row as you'd like.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's America, man. If you can't do that, I don't want to live here.
What kind of country is it where you can't say welcome back, you know?
Right? Yeah. 10 times, 15 times in a row, whatever, however many times you want.
Yeah.
Well, I think they did it 6 times in a row.
Perhaps.
But let's get into this article from Wayne Allen Root. He's got a couple ideas. And tell me what you think of these. I found them pretty funny, and funny enough to like bring up on the show tonight and talk about. Let's change the name of ICE to the National Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Okay.
In other words, nice.
Yeah.
Not ICE. It's nice.
That would be nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Sure would.
Nice guys. They're nice guys too. You know, they're just coming to clean up the neighborhood. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
Idea number 2, the protesters are paid. Sign an executive order banning paid protesters. They either gather out of their own free will and beliefs on their own time without being paid, or protests will no longer be allowed. I love that one. If you're paid, it's fake speech, ban it. I like that one.
I do too.
Because there's a lot of paid protesters out there. I mean, most of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's Nick Shirley said he's seen this one person almost everywhere he goes. This, I don't know if it's a woman or a man, I can't remember, but they're always there. And maybe it wasn't Nick Shirley, because there's so many people on the ground.
There's Nick Friedman, I think, is the guy you might be thinking of.
Perhaps.
Nate Friedman, actually. Nate Friedman.
There's Nick Sorter, too. Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
So, a lot of Nicks out there doing some good work down on the ground.
But Nate Friedman, yeah, he's out there literally, like, he'll just be at a rally and he'll be like, oh, that's so-and-so. Hey, how you doing? Remember me?
Exactly.
Like she works for this company and she makes $80,000 a year. And here she is on a Tuesday afternoon doing her job, which is field work.
And then she's like telling all the protesters that are with her, okay, this guy, he's right wing. Don't talk to him. Whatever you do, don't talk to this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's how he knows them so well, because every time he goes anywhere and tries to ask any of these paid protesters a question, they're told you cannot speak to that person.
Oh, yeah.
And that should be banned. That's not a protester. That's just somebody, an agitator at that point, a paid agitator.
And it seems like whenever the right asks questions, they they're very nice and cordial about it. It's
well,
like,
they want to talk.
Well, why do you think that? And then give them the mic completely. So you would think they would be like, hey, here's my chance to convince the right, and maybe we can win some of them over to our side, but they have nothing. That's why they don't want to say anything, because they'll look foolish.
Mm-hmm. And I think, this is pretty straightforward stuff. If you're not allowed to talk to a reporter, if a reporter walks up to your face and somebody comes in and says, hey, you can't talk to him, that's not a protest. It's not you with your own free mind out there. You're just an agitator trying to drum up problems and getting paid for it. And so you don't care what's left behind because you made, $400 today or $200, whatever it is, It's like you say, people who stand behind their convictions are happy to have a camera in their face. They're happy, like me right now and you right now, to have a microphone in our hand.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. If someone came to me with a mic, I'd be like, well, are you serious? I mean, are you going to give me a chance to talk? Because every time the left interviews the right, they cut them off.
Yeah. So he says, idea number 3, it's time to treat these radical anti-American communist paid protesters harshly. No more kid gloves treatment. If they want to protest in the winter in Minneapolis or Chicago or Detroit, then spray them with freezing water. It would be a strong message in 10-degree weather. Also paint the water red. Dye. Use dye. Water cannons with red dye for red communism. That way you can track them down. You can see them the next day. They got to show up for work covered in red dye. And the boss says, hey, what's up with the red dye? Oh, I was sprayed and painted a communist. I was agitating against NICE. There was a NICE rally, and I went to protest against the NICE guys from NICE. And I got sprayed with a water cannon with dye. It's like, wow, don't you like NICE?
No, they don't like nice. They don't like to play nice either, if you haven't noticed.
Uh-huh. So here we go. Number 5, once you arrest protesters, do not place them in local jails. Ship them halfway across the country to a federal jail somewhere and let them deal with that. Instead of being back out in the streets in 2 hours, now they're going to be halfway across the country and have to deal with getting home and the whole hassle of all that. It'll be a giant pain in the butt. And maybe they'll think twice next time they, go to do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Number 6, the grand finale. Stop sending ICE, or hopefully NICE, into areas where violent and angry protesters are on the streets. Right? It is wasting time and money. NICE agents, NICE. They have limited resources. Why is it wasted on cities that don't want them? Mr. President, he says, please announce a moratorium for 1 year. You will only send NICE into red cities and red states that welcome federal force, and agree to cooperate and agree to use local police to defend the NICE agents. I love that. It gets rid of this whole giant PR crap that Trump is dealing with right now with Renee Good and, the dead mom and all that stuff. It gets rid of it. And it replaces it with them working in places where they are wanted, where they are seen as the good guys, as the nice guys, and where the federal or the local authorities will help them and work with them hand in hand to make sure everything is as smooth and safe as possible. And you won't hear much about it, but the numbers will grow and grow and grow. Let's face it, the red states are where we need to make the difference, where we need to make things better. They will all flee to the blue states and the blue cities and turn them even into giant, bigger crap holes. But we're not trying to win over Minneapolis. We're not trying to win Minnesota in the next election, right? That's been a lost cause since the 60s. We're trying to win the red states and solidify them and make them grow and be successful in big, beautiful places. So I love that one. That's a big one. What say you,
I think
Barry?
that would be problematic for Trump, and here's why. Trump cares about Democrats just like he cares about Republicans. And he's reiterated this over and over and over again. You know, he wants to work with Gavin Newsom. He wants to make California great. He wants to make Minnesota great. He wants to keep Minnesota safe. Yeah. So he can't not do anything. You know, it's just goes against his nature. And so, unfortunately for, you know, these liberal hellscapes, the Insurrection Act is probably forthcoming if they continue on their unlawful resistance and violent trajectory.
Mm-hmm. Now, in a year from now, you know, after the election of the midterms, Trump doesn't care anymore. And he can go back into those. He just doesn't care anymore. He can go back into Minnesota wherever he wants. But for now, I would like to see it toned down so that this stuff isn't front page news, you know, and that would be nice. It really, I don't want to have to come on the radio show and talk about some dead mother who tried to run over a cop, but, you know, it all happened so fast that nobody really can agree on what happened in those 2 seconds, you know? So either way, someone's dead and, you know, another person has to live with it, and we have to try to explain it and maybe defend it. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just talk about the good stuff going on, you know? And I would think that would be a better way to go about this next election period than the way this is going in Minnesota, you know? And wait till the summer. I mean, it's 10 degrees out there, and there's protesting like this.
Well, I think it will all end very quickly when the Insurrection Act, which is legal, lawful, and constitutional. We've been over this before. It was signed in 1907 by one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson. He believed it was constitutional. James Madison believed it was constitutional. It is constitutional. It's been amended once or twice along the way. The Supreme Court has upheld it. Every judge, every court has upheld it. And when the state won't do their job, the federal government can come in and bring peace. That's part of it. So that may need to be done. What Trump is doing, in my opinion, I see it a little bit differently. He's giving them the opportunity to work with him because he's getting the benefit of the doubt. But if they continue, like I said, man, you can count on that Insurrection Act being played. He's not going to let people just be slaughtered by a bunch of Antifa radicals or anti-ICE radicals. He's not going to allow it to happen. He's not going to allow the city to go to hell any more worse than it already is.
But there's no way Keith Ellison, Tim Walz, Jonathan Freywood, the mayor, they're ever going to work with him. There's no way, ever. They'll never secede an inch to him. So,
well, they've been subpoenaed. So, I mean, all this stuff is leading to exposing who they really are. And that's not what Trump really wanted. He wanted them to cooperate. But since they're not cooperating, now they may face a lengthy jail time. I mean, don't think for one moment that Trump won't prosecute these people if there's reason to prosecute them. I mean, just because we haven't had a whole lot of arrests, indictments, and convictions the first year does not mean he's not focused to do so.
Yeah. And I mean, with a guy like Tim Walz, you're looking at insurrection. There's so many things you could go after the guy for, let alone all the fraud that he allowed to happen, allegedly, under his watch. You know, from what the whistleblower testimony is thus far, he allegedly allowed this stuff to happen and went to great lengths to prevent anyone from looking into it or doing anything about it.
I believe it was the mayor that literally said, I don't know if we played this on the air, but maybe we should next week, where the guy said, I want the police to fight the ICE. Fight ICE out on the streets. Out on the streets, I want you to fight ICE. And the police chief looked up and was like, what? I mean, you can look at his expression. He was like, say what? So, I don't know how you could define that other than, you know, some kind of a horrible confrontation.
Yeah. Oh, man, that reminds me of the video of him eating the Somali food.
I missed that one.
My God.
Was it terrible or something?
It's a giant plate of like ground up beef or something on his plate. And he takes a big old bite of it. And he just does this kind of look like it was nasty. But he like keeps chewing it, saying how great it is, but at the same time he's like playing with it with his fork, like just kind of scooping it around and moving it around and saying how good it is and all that. Like it just was a classic, oh my God, this is the worst food I've ever had, but I have to make it look like I'm enjoying it.
Sure. Oh yeah. He's like, oh, it's delicious, man. And then, if you followed him back, he's throwing up in the toilet 5 minutes later.
Yeah, or like you spend the next 2 days doing that,
Yeah.
But I mean, not to say that Somali food isn't good, but he sure didn't look like he enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, a lot of food from other countries are kind of like, if you have the American diet, it's very sweet. Mm-hmm. Everything, there's all kinds of toppings and dressings and everything. And food from other countries. I mean, I ate a lot of food from India at church because we had an international ministry, and most of from India or Burma. And the food was great, but most Americans didn't like it because it was very bland and earthy and sort of gritty and dirty tasting, like dirt. It was just some of the stuff just did not have real flavor.
Oh, I don't think of Indian food like that at all. Wow, it's very flavorful. It's
well, it
like
was
a curry.
Well, it was more Burma oriented than probably India, but and we had goat. I loved all of it myself. But they would put a lot of stuff that were like green stuff in there that we can't even get at the grocery store. And that was what people had a problem with. They're like, what is that? It tastes like dirt. And I'm like, yeah, it tastes pretty good. It tastes like it's healthy.
And see, I'm all good till you start eating with your hands. That's where it ends for me.
Just make sure you wash your hands beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, no, it's just yuck. Like if I went to India, I would without a doubt have a fork and knife and spoon on me at all times. Just at all times. and even then, you got to be so careful where you eat. It's
well, with all that curry, man, your fingertips would probably turn yellow from the turmeric.
There you go. After generations and generations. So anyway, let's while we're still up here, let's talk about Don Lemon storming a church the other day. What's up with that, Barry?
I don't know, man. The guy's a clown. He's a real joke. He got fired from CNN, but he's still basically a CNNer, if that makes any sense. He's just doing his own now. And I mean, he knew they were going in there, and I kind of take a little bit different opinion about like they want to arrest him. I'm not sure he did anything wrong. I mean, he just basically was reporting on it. He wasn't.
You don't think it's wrong to go into a church and disrupt services over some political?
I don't think he did anything legally wrong by reporting on them doing what they did. It's just like a lot of the reporters at the J6 insurrection. They went in, and a lot of those people, if they were on the right, they got arrested, even though they were just reporting. They weren't a part of the insurrection. They were reporting with their cameras and that kind of thing because they're independent journalists or they're civilian journalists.
But, dude, he's Don Lemon in there with a bunch of nobodies from Minnesota, and he's live streaming ahead of time that we're going to go into this church and yada yada. He gave them the wind under their wings to so confidently know they're going to go in there and be superheroes because Don Lemon is there live casting this whole thing.
Well, I'm definitely saying that he's innocent as far as that goes. I think he's a slime bag. I mean, there's no question about that. But did he do anything illegal? Like, I don't want him arrested if...
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't do anything illegal, even if he knew, and if he just stood back and did nothing and reported, I mean, I don't see how that's illegal. I think he's a slime bag. I think he loved every part of it. He was, kind of harassing the Christian pastor there, Now,
Don Lemon was seen in a podcast or a clip that Keith Ellison put up the day of, where they're talking about this kind of stuff. And so he sort of gave him the permission sort of to do it. And then Keith Ellison went on mainstream media, whatever left-wing site, and was asked about this. And he said, I don't see in any way, shape, or form how the FACE Act could be used to do this. It's only for abortion clinics. But it's not. The law, the FACE Act, the law that they'd use to go after anyone who prays out in front of an abortion clinic also applies to churches. So it's highly illegal. And I got to wonder if those people would have said, hey, do we really want to storm a church, guys? This seems like a scumbag thing to do. And at the last minute, they all said, yeah, let's just go get a pizza.
Well, today it's, protesting in a church. Who knows next time what it is? It could be a shootout. It could be burning the church down. One
Yeah.
radical in there decides, hey, I'm going to start burning the church down. And I talked about that, man. I said if Kamala won, churches would burn. And in these leftist hellscapes, that's still a real possibility.
Yeah. I saw a video just recently the other day out of either Germany or France, and it was a bunch of pro-Palestine people going into a church with their, head coverings and whatnot, very openly Muslim, holding up the V sign, V for victory, in a church while they're protesting in the middle of a ceremony, they're protesting for Hamas.
Yeah.
And that to me is like, what's next? That's the next level. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's if Christians did that to a mosque, they would be slaughtered. And the government wouldn't do a thing about it. There'd be 20 dead, and they would say, well, they shouldn't have gone into the mosque and done that. That's very sacrilege, and, nothing we can do.
What I don't understand is everybody seems to be really upset about him reporting on what went on in the church, which I think was terrible, horrible, and awful. But when he said people need to go grab a gun to protect themselves from ICE, that didn't warrant an arrest. I mean, I'm just saying, dude, if you're going to go after somebody, get them when they've really done something really legally wrong. And maybe there is some gray area there. I don't know. But, man, I say make it a slam dunk, because otherwise the left will say, oh, look, you're coming against free speech. He's just a journalist. He's just doing his job reporting, and you're putting him in jail. You guys hate free speech. You see what I'm saying? But then they let him get away with saying, grab a gun to protect yourself from ICE. I mean, there's a big difference there.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know, man. Is he a journalist just out doing his reporting? Maybe, maybe. But at the same time, did he kind of instigate this whole thing? Was he the idea behind it? Did he make it happen, so to speak? If he did, then he's guilty. If he was just there reporting on it, that maybe. But if he also lent his name to it, was it going to be 2 people, and then they heard Don Lemon's going to be there, so all of a sudden 30 people showed up? That changes things.
That's what they're going to have to figure out, Yeah.
That changes things. So anyway, we were talking about some of the subpoenas, and I keep talking about these Smurfs out there, Smurfs. Tim Walz, Fannie Willis, Ilhan Omar have been outed by Act Blue, which is a giant, massive funding machine for the left in America, for the Democratic Party. If you donate to a Democrat, you're probably going through Act Blue. And here's an article from Bob Cushman over at Gateway Pundit. He says, quote, if I told you that 72 senior citizens that average 76 years old donated $10,357,000 in over 485,000 separate individual donations, would you believe me?
Nope. Probably not.
72 senior citizens made 485,000 separate donations, totaling over $10 million.
Yeah. And James O'Keefe's gone door to door asking some of these people if they made those kind of donations. They're like, no, I don't make that kind of money. I might have made $100 donation.
Yeah, but 20,000 donations over the last 3 years? Of course not. 20,000? No, there's no way we made 1,000 donations to so-and-so for Congress in the last 3 years. But yet, that's what they're doing. They're finding people that donated once, and they're figuring, hey, these people are on our team. They won't really mind if we just use them as a Smurf. And then they funnel hundreds and hundreds and thousands of $20, $17, $18 donations through these people, to the tune of 72 of them having a combined 500,000 almost donations in their names. Things that would be, if you're dead senile, you just don't remember anything, but you love Donald Trump, and so every 5 minutes you go donate $10 because you forgot you just did it 10 minutes ago. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the only way this makes sense. It's like in 50 First Dates, there was that guy that had 15-second lifespan or memory span.
Yeah. I mean, it's the fraud. It's so rampant and systemic in the Democrat Party. It's mind-boggling, man. And I don't think they could ever get to all of it, which is really sad because a lot of people are getting away doing a lot of really bad stuff, man. And anytime you deal with, greed always has consequences because someone else suffers because of it. Like all that money now can't, like you've talked about, it can't be spent in areas where it really needs to be spent because it's been laundered and spent elsewhere in frivolous and in ways that it's been laundered.
But these are political donations. So, I mean, when we talk about the fraud that came out of like the COVID funds for like to feed kids, that's one thing. This is laundering money into people's campaigns illegally.
Of course.
Right? It's
bad.
foreign countries channeling. It could be China, Russia, who knows? Funneling money into our politicians to buy them off. Hey, just, keep an eye on this. You're about to get, 15,000 donations of under 20, between $16 and $20.
Well, those kind of deals
3 hours.
never come one-sided. Like if somebody giving somebody money, somebody that gave the money expects something back. So if it's China, what do they want from us? Are they doing secrets? Do they want, what's going on there? So, the big thing, again, and this is just, people accusing Tim Walz of being a Chinese asset or something, and maybe he is. I don't know. I mean,
you say people, you're talking about the Kamala Harris campaign, but that's for another day.
But people think that he might be a Chinese agent or something like that, and if he is, that would be a terrible crime. Same thing with Eric Smallwell or whatever his name is. He dating Swalwell, yeah, I forgot his name. Dating that little Chinese spy. I mean, it makes you wonder. Yeah, it makes you wonder how much are they in on it? I mean, do they know? Do they don't know? I mean, why hasn't there been an investigation into that?
Hunter went over to China and got all kinds of he got a big diamond and money and, and I'm sure they got him on tape doing all kinds of god-awful things, I mean, they honeypotted him left and right. Little boys, little girls, you name it, I could about guarantee it. I mean, I don't know. It's allegedly, but my Lord, they're handing out money to him like there's no tomorrow. Hunter Biden, whose main accomplishment is blowing bubbles on a paint canvas. So, it's guaranteed. They got dirt on you. That's what they want. They want dirt on you so they can control you. Once they control you, they control the world. That's why nobody gets into politics in America unless they got dirt on them. That's why they hate Donald Trump so much, because they've thrown everything they have at him and they got nothing. But anyway, folks, we are all out of time. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Barry, thank you so much for co-hosting with me.
Find me on Hornberry.
Thanks for listening. We'll see you on Sunday night.
All right, guys, we're about to lose the room, and I got to get Jack set up so that we can get some paranormal intelligence agency going on.
Thanks for producing.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Great show, as always. And I will catch up with you on Sunday.
Okay, man. Have a good week.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Let's get Jack Carey set up here with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Show. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, my good man.
How are you doing tonight, Jack?
I'm doing good. How are you?
All right. Things are going pretty good here.
Oh, good.
We had a great first show. What do you got for us tonight?
Gonna explore the world of interdimensional cryptids tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So, cryptid animals, the idea that we're dealing with a lot of portals around the world that are letting in creatures that we are calling cryptid animals. So, how was your week?
Week's been pretty good.
Good. Where do I find those, the link keys or whatever you need for my YouTube channel?
when you go in to go live, go into the go in live there, and you'll see when you drop down where the keys are at.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it should be in there, and then you can cancel that out and come back out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I gotcha. Go in like you're gonna really.
Yeah, like you're gonna go or set up, and then all we got to do then is, and then what you need to do is, just have it set up for. Let's see here. You can actually do a schedule so that it comes on 4 years, I believe, weekly. All right, let me get the D Live going.
So I send you the key or whatever, and then I set up the schedule for it too.
Well, you can set up the schedule first, and then send me the key.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll be good with you every Wednesday if you do it a weekly every Wednesday at this time, and then if you want to include Nancy's show with it too, you can. Yeah. It'll keep going, but
cool.
Yeah, you might have to at the end of the night or the next day go in and make sure that it ended. All right, even though the stream ends, you might have to check.
Okay.
Okay, that's the only thing on my end. And then what I'll do is I'll make a separate encoder on my Beam to send to you. And it'll when I start up the shows and that it'll start streaming right away.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. That'll be perfect. That way I don't have to try to record it and post it every week. I can just let my people see it and good enough.
Right, and then you can drop me some numbers later on to see, as well how we're doing both sides.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
That's cool.
I upped my my bit rate, so the stream should be a little cleaner. But when you move, it really it really blurs you out. You're on your camera. I don't know why. It's really sensitive. Your camera is super sensitive.
It's interesting.
See?
Sure why it's doing that. I wonder if I had backlight on, if it would be as sensitive, but
I don't know. Maybe you can change it to like, I don't know, to 60 or 30 for the frame rate. That might help it out too. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us today was one of those Mothman creatures flying around. It gave me an idea for tonight's show. And as always, I've got the paranormal crime fighting duo in the house tonight, Daisy and the Sundance Kid, are riding shotgun, and they mean business. So, well, they usually do. They're sleeping at the moment. So that's the way it goes. And, in show business. So, but somebody gave Daisy a big compliment the other day because I put her up to the camera on the video feed during one of the shows, one of these past episodes, and they said, "That is one cute dog." And right they are about that. But we've got a new member to the security team, actually 2 new members, River, the River Rat Cat. actually doesn't come this far down in the silo. He's not permitted this far down. He kind of looks out at the front door. And we've got a new member, and her name is Ruby. And Ruby's actually in security training elsewhere in the silo. So that's where she is tonight. It's been a crazy ride on the Great Space roller coaster this week. That's what I call this crazy planet that we're on. And if you're in the crypto markets, you're probably getting a little seasick. Right about now, we're going to be discussing the crypto markets in their current form. And our main topic tonight, we're going to be talking about the idea, because it hasn't been proven conclusively, but we're going to talk about the idea of interdimensional cryptid animals and how and why that's such a big deal if, in fact, they do exist. Is it possible that there are cryptid animals that are popping through portals all around the world, and some of them may be messing with humans or even taking them from wilderness areas? The old missing 411 phenomenon kind of plugs into this whole thing, and so does, recent testimony coming out of Dr. Jack Lukasik, who was one of the main scientists that was connected to the old UFO legacy program, and has published, 2, 3, maybe 4 books recently on Amazon telling everything he knows. So if you're interested, look him up, Dr. Jack Lukasik. Get some fine detail about what he was involved with. He did have occasion to make it to Skinwalker Ranch, and while he was there, he had a cryptid animal encounter. Awfully strange, part of that overall hitchhiker effect that seems to pop up time and time again, and something that we discuss continually. So that'll be tonight's topic. I'm actually monitoring the crypto markets as we are on the air, and you might have noticed, if you're in the crypto markets, a notable downturn the last few days, and then today a massive reversal. It was such a weird V like that. It was going down, going down, going down, and it was like watching a rubber ball bounce off a cement wall. Just boom. It was crazy if you were watching it on your screen. It was like somebody finally reached over and flipped on the old algorithmic buying machine, and somebody started buying up a lot of cryptocurrency after a multi-day downturn. They always want to ascribe some story in the news as to why the markets do this or do that, especially when it comes to crypto markets. Crypto markets are different than other kinds of markets. They should act differently, right? You're not dealing with a company who might have some bad news that comes out and it affects the stock price, and the stock price goes down. That's not how cryptocurrency works at all. And news rarely, whether it be positive or negative, is rarely a catalyst for the movement of cryptocurrencies. Liquidity is a huge factor. When they turn on the printing machines and they flood the economy with cash, a lot of that cash makes it into what they call risk-on assets. Crypto is considered the ultimate risk-on asset, so it sees the influx of that cash first. And that's kind of what they're doing. But if you're a technical analyst like I am, and you study the metrics of the underlying price structure, according to various patterns that we identify. You could see where we just basically came down and hit major support lines on all the various cryptocurrencies. You're at a point where they should begin to go back up. However, there's a lot of resistance lines that used to be support that are now will serve as a tough wall to get back through. So, will they have the strength to do that? I guess that's what we'll find out in the coming days and weeks. I mean, typically when the stock market goes up and they're printing money, cryptocurrencies do pretty well. But you wouldn't know it from having watched them this last week. It was a brutal and vicious sell-off that occurred. So, you know, and Bitcoin's still at 90,000 basically. So after all that, it's still sitting at 90,000, you know. So, you know, if you're a buyer holder, it doesn't matter much. It's one of those things where unless you're, you know, surfing the waves as they come and they go up and down, then this last week probably didn't matter a whole lot to you, other than it was just weird price action going on. They wanted to say it was equated to the, you know, all of the news stories going on about us taking over Greenland. No. You know, if that's a catalyst for the cryptocurrency markets, and there's something really weird going on there. There shouldn't be a relationship to something like that at all. Now, a big war breaking out, like a World War III, where all the markets just collapse, that's a whole different story. You know, that's a black swan event, and black swan events take down everything with them when they go. Other than maybe precious metals. And that's our other big story. You know, we got here by basically following the cyber prophecies put out by the original webbot, and those alter reports, and then those were compared to remote viewings that took place from some of the world's finest remote viewers, and lo and behold, turns out they were all pointing in the same direction. One of those directions was silver, and its forecast, if you will, and this isn't financial advice at all, but its forecast was that silver would eventually become so-called unobtainium. That means so rare and so valuable that you just can't get your hands on it anymore. There's a good reason for that, and a couple of good reasons. One of the main reasons is that the annual worldwide silver production is right about 800 million ounces. And currently, the amount of technology being produced that utilizes silver needs more than what they can produce on an annual basis. Then on January 1, you had China change their export rules on silver, effectively locking into China 70% of the world's silver supply. A lot of us think that's them preparing for war with Taiwan. Silver is crucial to the making of missiles and military equipment of all kinds. You just can't function without it as a military. And so it's interesting now to see them begin to hoard it. You had the whole Tesla SEC filing talking about their intent on purchasing very large amounts of silver going forward. And that's all interesting because silver keeps bouncing between $90 and like $95 right now. So, you know, there's no telling where the price will go in the short term. But if the indications of them being short the physical metal on a technological production, you know, manufacturing basis, where these big companies like Samsung and Tesla and, you know, all of the AI companies building out data centers, things like that, when they start getting into a bidding war with each other over the available silver supply, you're going to see potentially exponential moves upward. And you're just kind of at that phase now where, you know, when long ago silver was at $50 and it's hitting 95, there's some profit takers out there. You know, people are up 100% on their money. So a lot of those people are taking profits. I'm of the opinion that they'll be, you know, very regretful about making that kind of decision this early on in the technical movement of the silver. You have to remember in technical analysis, there's a very powerful pattern that can form, and it's called a cup and handle pattern. Whenever that forms, it usually leads to a very fast and very sharp rise in the underlying value of the asset. Nobody's ever seen a cup and handle pattern that took 45 years to form. And this one took 45 years because of their almost criminal manipulation of the silver market and price, and tying that to derivatives and neck and short selling and all kinds of stuff that's, you know, like little tentacles on a octopus reach out into every avenue of worldwide economies. That's why silver is such a big deal. And the fact that you have all those stresses working at once leads me to believe that those predictions are probably true, probably in time. And time is the factor that you can never really get a handle on, right? I mean, there are metrics that you can use to kind of predict things in a very short-term period of time. As time expands on any metric that you're using, the probability oscillator is going like this, because probability hasn't formed yet. It's not in the process of forming that far out. It's like that. So all we know is there are all kinds of paranormal channels that indicated that silver would become part of this huge new movement into sci-fi world, and with it a whole new economy and a new way of thinking and a new way of storing value and a new way of exchanging value. All of those sorts of things were predicted by paranormal channels. Then when I went to analyze what the experts in those particular fields were saying, they matched up perfectly. And that's why I started covering this way back when silver was, you know, right about $50, which would have made it a historic high. So now, you know, it hit 95 yesterday, a day before, something like that. So it's not something that I actively trade. I simply hold silver, and I think that that's the best advice that anybody can get right now. If they really are short the amount that they say they are, that the analysts are saying that they are, then you should see a once in a lifetime asset explode in price. You're never going to see another asset that on a technical basis hits what we call blue sky. And that's because there's no other asset in the world that's ever been manipulated the way this one has, right? So because of that, it makes it a unique experience in and of that, right? Just because of that. And so blue sky is where you had decades and decades of history of price action that you could follow and track and dissect and come up with all this kind of stuff. When the price gets above that, there's no reference point to point back to and say, okay, well, here's where it should project to. The best you can do at that stage, if you're an analyst, is kind of do some quick math on how much is being consumed, how much is actually reported in vaults, and how much are they going to actually produce in the next year or two, right? And if you do that math, it comes out that they're just way short. It just, I mean, to the point where it's going to be a huge problem. Huge problem for anybody that manufactures any technology. It's going to be a huge problem. So what will that do to prices? I don't know. So far, indications are that inflation's not out of hand. I don't know. All I know is when I go to the grocery store, everything seems obscenely expensive to me. So I take that for what it is on face value. But on their little metrics and using their numbers and the Fed with all of its little tools and all that, you know, they say it's under control. That's where the WebBot prediction diverges from what's happening right now. So the WebBot says that with the increase in price with silver to the point of unobtainium, you will experience an equal amount of pressure and inflation. So far, that hasn't taken place. You're seeing the rise of silver, but they seem to somehow have inflation contained. Why or how that's different, I don't know. It's something to note going forward, and something we'll have to take a look at. But you know, silver is one of those things where I bet you know, if you still possess it 2-3 years from now, you probably won't have like a silver store to go down to and buy it. The problem with silver is that if you're a dealer and you're in blue sky territory, is that you never know if the price is going to rise. You sell out your inventory, right, at a meteoric price, but then the price goes up even more. Well, how do you buy more inventory without losing money? You're losing that difference. And so they're highly reticent to sell their silver until the price stabilizes at a particular point, and they can kind of predict the movement. You know, you can't do that with a precious metal that's moving 4, 5, 6% in a day, every day, up, down, sideways. I've never seen anything. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's just a shootout every single day going on between the banks and the people that are trying to push them into a short squeeze. And it is, you know, it's something. If you're used to watching markets, it's like nothing you've ever seen before. So, but you know, this week I was reminded of the Mothman. That got me thinking along the lines of some, you know, recent testimony that I saw from Jack Lacasic, also from David Paulides, from George Knapp, from, you know, various so-called experts in their fields recently have all kind of converged on the same topic, and that topic is interdimensional doorways. And that's stretching us into cryptozoology. It's stretching us into the Bigfoot phenomenon for sure, because you have the whole cloaking phenomenon, this whole disappearing phenomenon, the disappearing track lines that we come across, and I personally have seen out in the field. All of that insinuates an interdimensional quality to them. And is it possible, like Michio Kaku kind of points this out in various interviews, where he says, you know, if there's other dimensions, and we're pretty sure there are from the calculations we can do, and this isn't a guy who's been in the field, right, with these other people who are experiencing interdimensional. This is just a guy with a chalkboard, right? And on his chalkboard it says, well, those doorways, they ought to be there. And then you got this group of people out in the field associated with the CIA and the UFO phenomenon of Skinwalker Ranch and everything, and they're actually at the door, right? And they're experiencing what this guy is saying on his chalkboard should take place. Well, Michio Kaku on his chalkboard predicts that if those dimensions are there, and we know that they are, there should be living entities on those dimensions, and some of them are probably clever enough to have discovered a way into other dimensions. And we might be living on a planet that has naturally opening doorways to those dimensions, right? So every so often, one of these naturally occurring doorways opens up, and one of these creepy as you know what creatures comes through the doorway and winds up here. And we're describing that as a bipedal, usually cryptid animal that should be studied by cryptozoologists. And that's sort of the problem with cryptozoology, is that we're asked to straddle the line between what we would clearly classify as paranormal activity and other kinds of animals that have absolutely no paranormal connection whatsoever. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about like the, Tasmanian tiger, for example. That's a cryptozoological animal of the highest order, said to have gone extinct, I think in the 50s, 40s or 50s, something like that. And now there's sightings of them. There's been a few people capture a photograph of them. Like, that's what cryptozoology is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the science of studying what we would call a Lazarus animal, which would be these creatures somehow coming back from extinction. Or emergent animals, new species that tend to come through evolution and interbreeding of species that are already here among us. That's just, textbook cryptozoology. And then you have this whole area of cryptozoology where you just have to shake your head and say, what the hell is going on here? And that's the world, I think, of interdimensional cryptids. And so we're going to talk about that after our break. And are they taking people? We'll get back to it right after this.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks. Quick break real fast.
Yep, we got about 4 minutes.
Okay.
If you guys are out there and liking what you're hearing, please subscribe or follow the channels. We appreciate each and every one of you. Jack will be right back. More to come on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Show. If you're on the radio side, you would not be hearing my voice right now. You would be hearing probably a public service announcement or one of their advertisements over there, or maybe even a song in between. You never know. But that's how it is when you broadcast to both video and radio. Veterans Radio up in Canada. How's Dogman and Bigfoot been treating you up there, buddy? Seen you earlier, but I just didn't get a chance to really talk to you too much. Oh, yeah. Jack, you better bring a cup of coffee back for me, too, okay?
Well, too late now. But
oh, okay.
I didn't get a cup of coffee. All I have is
you know, man, I'm always topping my coffee off, and while you're on air, I'm like, oh, man, damn, I gotta go I have to go to the bathroom again. It's because, you know, I drink probably about 1.5 gallons to 2 gallons of coffee on a radio night like tonight.
During the course of an entire day, I probably go through 1 gallon. So.
Yeah, okay.
Especially if I paint at night. So.
Oh yeah. By the way, do you have any artwork that you'd like to share with us tonight before we come off break?
I do. I'm just not sure how to show it. But,
just share screen and then bring up your the graphic and then go to the program.
Yeah, I don't have them on my laptop. That's the problem.
Ah, okay.
But let's try something real fast.
Oh, by the way, did you ever check out some of those links I sent you over on Facebook?
Yes, I did.
All
so,
right.
yeah, I'd love to have him on there.
Yeah, I think he would be a great fit for the show. I think he's getting a little frustrated with me when I go over there and I'm listening to him at night when he's live. And I'm like, you know, did you get an email yet? Like, he wants me to come on and tell about some of my experiences too, because I've had, you know, I've had quite a few cryptid experiences when I was in the Air Force. I told you about the Chupacabra one in Panama, right?
Yes, okay. That's right.
And I told you about the Dogman. I thought it was a Dogman, but JC at the time told me probably wasn't a Dogman because of the size. He said it was probably a cave bear, and everybody was like, "What's a cave bear?" You know, like.
They do have them. They're also called short-faced bears.
Well, this had a pretty long face on it, I told him, but the ears weren't real pronounced like a German Shepherd's. It was almost kind of almost like a raccoon type. You know how they're kind of shorter and rounded, or cat. But it was, you know, There's no cats like that out there, you know. Anyways, we're under 30 seconds, and we're going to come back here real short. Yeah. Yeah, if you know, we want to do a show like that sometime, I'll come in with you, and I'll share all about those.
We should have you both on the show and do a cryptid talk. That'd be fun.
That'd be kind of cool. And 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I have a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and tonight we are talking about interdimensional cryptids. So, you know, interdimensional cryptids and cryptocurrencies. What a weird world we live in, but, you know, in some way, shape, or form, everything is interconnected, and that's definitely proves itself true on this show when we go down theoretical rabbit holes and find all these weirdo connections, right? Well, this week I was reminded of the Mothman, and the Mothman led me down the rabbit hole of interdimensional cryptid animals, because if they exist, and it sure looks like they do, then it would certainly qualify as an interdimensional cryptid animal, right? And that would go a long way to explaining the other weird paranormal activity that Jonathan Keel experienced while he was investigating the Mothman sightings. When you read the Mothman prophecies, which I encourage every would-be paranormal fan or investigator to do, it's nothing like the movie that was produced. Lots and lots of detail are included in the book that aren't included in the movie, and they diverged from what really happened quite a bit. Chief among the phenomenon being reported in Point Pleasant when the Mothman sightings occurred were UFO sightings all over the place. It was a UFO flap taking place, and it was happening to such a degree that they actually had men in black descend upon the town. Mary Heyer, the lady that ran the newspaper, actually had a run-in with one of them that told her to quit, writing stories about the UFOs. And then all of a sudden you begin to have this spate of Mothman sightings. And so, Keel makes it clear that there's a connection between the UFO sightings and sightings of the Mothman. I in no way believe the Mothman was flying the UFOs. You either have like something weird taking place, like an interdimensional doorway that's opening and the Mothman creature came through the doorway when the UFOs came through it, or something like that, or there's a direct connection between the Mothman creature and the UFOs in that they use biological chimera constructs in order to actually be like avatars on this planet for them in the craft. It can do all kinds of stuff and perform missions that they could never do on their own. That kind of thing taking place. But the idea that there's, somehow a population of Mothman creatures and they're breeding and there's, Mothman babies and all that. Now, you have to be seeing something different than that take place. And, by the way, there is, I received as a gift, a little glass Mothman. I wanted to be sure and tell everybody about, because they are extremely limited edition and they come from Blinko Glass out in West Virginia. And they actually produced 4 special edition cryptid animals that are all native to West Virginia. And I got the Flatwoods Monster and I got the Mothman. So how cool is that? How many people out there have that? But if you're into collectibles, especially cryptid collectibles, and you know anything about expensive glass, you'll know what Blinko glass is. It's not only very expensive, but it is highly collectible glass objects. And so to have them do a special edition on cryptid animals was really cool. And then somebody saw that, thought of me, and actually got me 2 of these things. Pretty cool stuff. So, but, the Mothman being interdimensional would explain the weirdness, like Jonathan Keel, going to Point Pleasant, and on the road he'd stop randomly at a motel that he hadn't even contemplated stopping at before. He'd just be tired or whatever and want to spend the night on his road trip from Washington, D.C. down there or whatever, and pull in, and there would be a message waiting for him at the front desk. And it'd be a cryptic message of some kind, like somebody that could see his movements from outside of space and time was messing with him and sending him all kinds of weird phone calls and stuff like that. What's really weird is that, and not many people have heard this, but a lot of people were receiving phone calls that were like mechanical noises like burrs and, whizzes and all kinds of just strange beeps and stuff like that. And one of those witnesses was a pregnant lady, and she ended up, having the child a few weeks after receiving one of these phone calls. And the very first sounds the baby made when it began to make sounds were those weird noises she heard on the phone. That happened. So that's, just truly bizarre paranormal activity going on there. And so that led me, because, if you look at the Mothman phenomenon that took place, and really it's only ever taken place in one spot. There are people who say there's been Mothman sightings in like the Chicago area, but we're not really sure that's the same creature, and we're not really sure how valid those sightings are, and they don't seem to form any real pattern. And it's weird that it's just around Chicago, and it's been a really long period of time, and it's just this whole thing. But with the Mothman, you have strange activity like the blood bank mobile going down the road, and the Mothman trying to basically abduct the car and get to the blood and the blood bank mobile. That actually happened. So, just bizarre stuff. But you have recent testimony coming out of the scientists and the intelligence agents and just some of the personnel at Skinwalker Ranch and involved in the UFO program, and they'll tell you that they highly suspect that there's an interdimensional doorway there. Paulides said that he had a run-in with Dr. John Brandenburg, who was a NASA scientist, who told him that they were actively studying interdimensional doorways naturally occurring, and even went on to tell him that that basically they were looking for ways to exploit those doorways. So in other words, you're living in a world where there are interdimensional doorways. There's creatures coming and going through those doorways. We don't know if they're taking people, not taking people. It sure seems like they're taking people. It sure seems like if you had a doorway and you had creatures that lived on that dimension, some of them may be predatory in nature and may be responsible for like the missing 411 phenomenon. And we'll get to that, because most people don't realize there is what's called a lunar cycle involved with missing 411 cases. It's a little known fact, and I'm not talking about a 10-speed you ride on the moon. So, if you know anything about biology, you'll know that lunar cycles have been tied to predatory activity. That means that there is an extremely high probability that what you're dealing with in the missing 411 cases has a predatory nature that would infer a creature of some kind. Now, you can take those missing 411 cases and you can plot them on a map, which has been done. And you can overlay that map, and all of this information can be found in my book, Paranormal Planet, and my book, Bigfoot Unleashed, has all of it. But you can take that map, cluster map of the missing people and all the national park system throughout North America that have been identified that just vanished completely without a trace. They can't even pick up the scent dogs, right? And then you overlay that onto a map of the known cave systems. They're a spot-on match. It gets really weird when you take all the known and highly credible Bigfoot sighting reports and plot those on a map and overlay it on the other two. It too is a spot-on match. If you're a paranormal investigator like me and a cryptozoologist, you have to ask yourself, do the laws of probability allow for that to just be a coincidence? How do you answer a question like that? Because the answer to that question really is the linchpin to the answer to a lot of mysteries, right? So, what are the odds that there isn't a causal relationship between Bigfoot sightings, which we believe have an interdimensional character to them, the missing people in the national park system, and the cave systems that we know, I should say highly suspect, and indigenous testimony has told us that these creatures inhabit the cave systems. What are they doing with the people? I don't know. Sometimes the bodies are discovered months, sometimes even a year or more after they've disappeared in a place that's already been searched time and time and time again. It's almost like they get sucked into another dimension, and at some point their bones just get spit back out into this one. So that is something that is of great concern, because when you look at the testimony coming out of Skinwalker Ranch, for instance, last year, down in one of their creek beds, Dry Gulch Creek Bed, if I recall correctly, it's called on the ranch, they found a carcass, canine carcass, right? Looked really weird though to them, and a lot of wolf creatures, wolf-like creatures have been reported being seen on and around the ranch, and here was a carcass, flesh and bone carcass. And so they collected the carcass. It is in their possession. As I am on the air right now, it is in their possession. It's already been studied by their on-staff biologist, and it's already been compared to the perfectly preserved body of a dire wolf that they found frozen in ice. And it's a spot-on match. So in other words, you have a dire wolf that's supposed to have been extinct for thousands upon thousands of years, somehow popped out of an interdimensional doorway on Skinwalker Ranch and died there. That should creep out everyone sufficiently to the degree that your head's on a swivel anytime you go out into the wilderness areas, no matter what you do. How would you be sure you're not near one of these doorways? Because it appears as though, as I wrote in my book Paranormal Planet, that these doorways are controlled through the ionization of quartz crystal deposits in the Earth's crust. And that gets ionized through compression, and compression occurs when the Earth moves through space. It's a naturally occurring thing. It's called the Mach effect. It happens in all bodies of matter. Actually create minute fluctuations in the matter as they travel through space, and those fluctuations cause compression. That's happening on the Earth as it's going through space, and that compression is compressing the quartz crystal underneath the surface to the degree that it's emitting huge electromagnetic fields above these quartz crystal deposits, to the strength that they can literally tear or rip a hole in the electromagnetic membrane that separates this dimension from others and allows for interdimensional travel to take place, if only intermittently. Now, that's not to say that there's not probable creatures out there. I mean, a lot of people in our government that have seen the UFO evidence say they're interdimensional in nature, these aliens. So obviously there's intelligent life that's found a way to use technology to get into this dimension. Are there other life forms that are simply walking through naturally occurring doorways on this planet, and those too being called cryptozoological in nature? You know, that's a tall order for anyone, if you're a cryptozoologist, to be expected to be an expert in interdimensional doorways, along with being an expert in animal behavior and an expert in the types of animals that have gone extinct, and an expert in evolutionary biology. And, you know, that's a pretty tall order. And shoes that not a lot of people can fill, especially when there's absolutely no funding for cryptozoology whatsoever. And this leads me into an anecdotal story that was relayed to me by my cryptozoology mentor, J.C. Johnson, who had an experience with a cryptid animal with his son in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range. This would be south central Colorado. I did a number of years of hardcore field investigation in south central Colorado in the San Luis Valley, where this animal sighting occurred. And it was because of a lot of the work I did there that I became acquainted with J.C. Johnson, and we began to work together. But he and his son were in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range, which, if you know anything about those mountain ranges, are the most remote and most unpopulated. There are no houses or ski resorts or stores or towns or anything in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range in south central Colorado. It is pure, pristine, 14,000 foot mountain peaks for as far as you, from horizon to horizon, right? The valley there is 70 miles long and 50 miles wide. And so, you know, you can look down 70 miles and just see a wall of 14,000 foot mountain peaks that includes Mount Blanca, the holiest mountain to all of the indigenous people in this country. And they're all 14,000 foot snow covered beautiful peaks, right? But down at the base of them, it's a high desert plain. There's like sand dunes and, you know, like scrub brush and cactus, and, you know, it's a high desert plain. In fact, at the base of the Sangre de Cristo mountain range are sand dunes that are over 700 feet tall that defy all scientific explanation. They just shake their head. Scientists just shake their head. Their best explanation is that wind somehow picked up sand from the Sahara, and it just has dropped it a few granules at a time over eons of time, and that created these sand dunes, right? But Hopi will tell you that those are the trailings from the ant people that let them underground. And so JC and his son were out doing a Bigfoot investigation in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range, and they started coming down out of the mountains, and they kept hearing something behind them, something following them, right? Every so often they could kind of make out there was weird movement taking place, and it didn't sound bipedal. Sounded strange, and eventually they came to this kind of rock outcropping that was kind of in the middle of the path that they were coming down. And J.C. Johnson's son is even to this day, as far as I know, is a decorated Army sniper with combat experience, multiple engagements, right? So you're talking about a hardcore individual, and a guy that can just simply disappear into the countryside when he wants to do so. And so he told JC to go ahead of him, and he was going to take cover and see exactly what it was that was following them. And JC was like, all right. And so he starts taking off down the path again, and his son stays behind, and he's waiting in the bush, completely camouflaged. This guy had sniper outfit on. And he hears the noise, and here it comes. This creature's coming, right? And he peers out from around this rock down the trail, and what does he see? A gigantic, even large for a Komodo dragon, a gigantic lizard creature. They said it was at least as big as a Komodo dragon, but bigger than that, was sauntering down the trail after them. His kid, the son, the sniper, even though he's a hardcore military, combat vet, basically breaks cover because it just freaked him out so bad, and the thing darted into the woods. JC, heard his son yelling at him down the path as he made it back up to him, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. But there you have. And they made it back to their car safely and out of there as quickly as possible. But there you have an encounter of a cryptid animal in a remote area that shouldn't exist, right? And a type of animal that, if it did exist, could easily take a human. Easily. The speed with which one of those creatures could move would be breathtaking. And people are like, well, it's too cold for a reptile animal like that out there. But I would remind them, if you do a Google search, they have found the remains of dinosaurs that appear to have been warm-blooded. In fact, they appear to have been able to survive in snowy, icy areas. And if that's the case, could you cryptozoologically be seeing something like that take place? Or are you looking at, yet again, another interdimensional animal of some kind that could be predating on humans? This is the interesting and entertaining world of interdimensional cryptids, because there's so much that we can speculate about, and yet so much that's unknown. But I'll leave you with this. We know that Dr. Jack Lukasik, a guy that was involved with the Legacy UFO program and went to Skinwalker Ranch, while he was there, had an encounter with a dog man. That's the second time a dog man encounter has been reported by personnel involved at Skinwalker Ranch. What are the odds that that isn't interdimensional in nature? That's a good question, and one we'll have to approach on another show and another episode. So join me next week, Wednesday nights, 7 p.m. Central Time, and we'll jump down another one of these crazy theoretical rabbit holes. I'll see you then.
Great show, Jack. Great show.
Thanks.
Can't wait to get this one up and out. Yep.
Awesome.
Got stick around with me here for just a minute, and I will get Nancy up and rolling here real shortly. All right?
Sounds good.
Yeah, let me let Zach know over on TMV. That I am clear and ready to go. Well, he should be clear and ready to go. All right.
Excellent.
Yep. Yep. Just let me know when you want to take and do that with Jeff, and keep me posted. If that way I can update your banner as well. For
Yeah, I mean, next week, the week after,
yeah,
whatever works for me.
yeah,
So
just let him know and work it out with him when you want to take and do that, and then get with me what show it's going to be so that I can make a special banner for that one. All right.
all right,
All right.
plan.
All right. Let me get Nancy up and rolling, and I will talk to you later. And if you come over there, I'll see you there too. If you can.
All right, sounds good,
All
sir.
right. Good night.
All right, good night.
All right. That was Jack Carey with a Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio, and he had some cryptocurrency stuff going on as well. We are going to get the VIXEN'S vault up and running right now. Hey there, David. And
Hi, Mark. I was on mute.
yep, that's fine. See if I can get everybody in.
Yeah,
Good
Vicky's
evening.
off, right?
Hey, how's it going,
I don't know.
everybody?
I spoke. I didn't know. I don't know if she left a message in chat or not, if she was coming or not. I know she's still not feeling right.
No, she's
No,
not.
she said she wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vicky.
Yeah.
Add Raph. I'm still doing some bells and whistles
Give-
over here, please.
I was gonna say, I'm
Hey,
giving
hey.
Raph a minute. He's reviewing a file that I just did for work, so he's and it's like, it's a huge file. So give him a minute. He's poor guy. I tried to warn him too, because he went to open it. He goes, "Oh, you want me to review this file for you?" And it's like a 400-page file. I'm like, okay.
Take it more than a minute.
Okay.
Ooh, what a night! I'm telling you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what
It's
a
been an
night.
interesting week.
Tell me about it.
Again, it's not been boring lately. You guys got to admit, man, it's been like, holy crap. Very kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I got to sit back. Oh, that feels good. I've literally been working on this file for like 3 days now. I have such a headache.
We will be getting you up and rolling here pretty soon. Got one of your songs
Okie dokie.
playing right now that you sent me.
I just gonna say I just lit up a cigarette. I'm good to go.
Let's see here.
Oh. Hey, Mark.
Marco.
He gets to looking all scraggly more and more every time I see him, dude.
Dude, he looks like he needs sleep.
Yeah, I know. He's all freaking rugged and shit. Just woke up, didn't you, Mark?
His 5 o'clock shadow turned to a 5 o'clock jungle.
Yeah.
All right,
Got
30
a big old
seconds.
cup of orange juice and shit. Poor guy.
Oh,
There you
come
go.
on. Somebody don't
cons-
forget to try to get Rafi in.
Roger, are you restreaming?
No,
Okay.
I've been doing stuff on Blender
Great
all day.
Conspiracy he's been, as long as I could tell. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And when we're done tonight, we'll host over to you. Appreciate you always for restream. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are live right now.
We're back! Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, January the 21st, 2026. 3 weeks in to the first month in 2026. Can y'all believe it? We are almost through January. Ding, 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 ding. And, of course, first month of 2026. You knew it was going to be active. Come on, guys. We all knew this was going to be fun. It's like watching popcorn. It really is. It's not, forget eating it. It's just like watching popcorn like percolate and explode on itself. Because that's been pretty much the whole dang month. Even when it comes to the conspiratorial side of it. You know, it's funny because Mark, our producer, gets all bent out of shape sometimes when we talk, you know, current politics or even past politics. But I got to tell you, you can't get any more conspiratorial than politics. Forget polarizing. I mean, because it's completely, the whole thing is a hot, twisted mess. And you could literally spend the rest of your life trying to untwist all of the propaganda and the lies and the crap and the absolute false narratives going all the way back. And you're still not going to have enough time to hit it all. I mean, I'm not joking. You could just go and go and go and go and go. And no matter what rabbit hole you hit, no matter what topic you look at, if it's dealing with politics or government, you're going to find something. Even if you're not looking, it's going to smack you right upside the head. That being said, guess what? Trump is not going to invade Greenland, or so he says. But he wasn't going to invade in Venezuela either. And he really didn't invade Venezuela. He just dropped a spec ops team into Venezuela that apparently looks something like super soldiers out of a sci-fi magazine. But we're not going to go there. And he actually did touch on that a little bit today when he was talking, where he just basically kind of put it out there that, yeah, he's not going to invade. But if he did invade, they wouldn't be able to even come near the technology that would be used against them. And I actually don't doubt that. I don't even think that's bravado or false posturing. I believe that to be 1,000% true, especially because we're talking about Greenland. And I actually posted up in the chat, and those of you who are on my Facebook, you know I posted the other day, basically a secondary look at Greenland. Forget the strategies, forget the military importance, forget all that, and look at it kind of from a really simplistically logical standpoint. Like, you know, if it was just about that, satellites could do it. We have all these different systems that would be fine. If it was about the minerals and the content that was under Greenland as far as profit goes, well, then the corporations would be in charge, wouldn't they? I mean, it just, some of the common sense questions you have to ask yourself when it comes to why this hunk of land is so important. And when you look back at the history of Greenland and what even the Thule population and what that etymology of that word means in Nordic, and then go into the fact that there is geological evidence of things that are underneath Greenland that cannot be explained. They have theories, but there is no explanation. The fact that, again, the actual proximity to the North Pole, all the things we know about the North Pole, then you've got, first thing I thought with Greenland was Admiral Byrd. It was literally the first thought that went through my head when Trump said he wanted Greenland. And I thought, well, that was like Byrd's Arctic expedition. That's where he went. That's where he flew over. He mapped the interior of Greenland, and he supposedly flew into a hole that led him into an inner Earth. It's a very interesting story, and they say, well, it can't be collaborated. Well, 90% of the things you hear cannot be collaborated, guys. JFK's assassination, we're still wondering. Even though we have all the files, everything on the planet, we're still missing lots of big pieces to it because they don't want to reveal it to us. They redact it. They withhold it. They don't let the public see it. Why? Because they've got a lot to lose if the public finds out. Same thing with Greenland. Oh, it's so much the same. In fact, I had a conversation with somebody the other day where I was pointing out that, you know, the United States interest started back in the 1800s, but in the 1925, that's when Admiral Byrd actually did his expedition over the Arctic. That y'all can look that up. It's well documented. You also had stories of several people from the Scandinavian countries who got lost in Greenland and supposedly found an entrance to an inner Earth, and when they reemerged, it was in Europe. So again, these are stories; they can't be quantified. They're just. It's like when you, I guess you talk about the stories of what happened when Abe Lincoln was on his deathbed. You know, you can't collaborate it. It's just passed down knowledge, but it's really hard to debunk some of them too. Because the people that, when they did the backgrounds on the people they spoke about, these were not like crazy people in society. These were upstanding people. So it's kind of like I always like to compare it to like the stories of the ghost of Flight 401, the airline that crashed into the Florida Everglades around Christmas time back in the 1970s. And supposedly the pilot and the navigator from that flight appeared on other flights where they had salvaged the part of the crashed plane and put the salvageable parts into other planes. I believe it was Eastern Airlines that did this, like their galley. And literally certain things that from the plane that crashed were, I think it was 77 people died in that crash, including the pilot and the navigator. Well, the navigator and the pilot started appearing on other. This was the model of the plane was the L-1011. They started appearing on other L-1011s and warning. And there's something that was called the rag sheet that was actually circulated for Eastern Airlines of all the stewardesses, all the pilots who saw these ghosts and spoke to them. One of the times that it appeared, it told them there's going to be a fire in the engine. Shut this down when it happens. Otherwise, the plane's going to crash. Sure enough, within 15 minutes, the engine caught fire. And the last time there was a sighting, it was the navigator. And he told a stewardess there will never be another crash of an L-1011 again. And it never did happen again. So it's like one of those type stories where it's documented, but nobody actually believed it. They even put an Eastern Airlines psychiatrist on one of those flights because he knew the navigator in life, and the navigator appeared to him. And again, this is documented. The guy wrote a report on it. Eastern Airlines actually sued John Fulton, who actually wrote a book on this. There was a movie. You guys can watch the movie on YouTube. It's actually creepy as all hell, but it's an actual true accounting of what happened. I think Ernest Borgnine actually stars as the navigator who died. But guys, it is one of the most interesting paranormal cases I have ever looked into, where literally this went to the Florida State Supreme Court because Eastern Airlines did not want John Fulton publishing that book. And the Eastern Airlines lost. They lost their asses, and John published the book. So that's kind of what I compare this type of information to. Admiral Byrd had many things that he participated in throughout his career. He had the Arctic expedition in 1925. I believe it was 1947 when he did Operation High Jump down in the Antarctic. And that was actually connected to the Arctic expedition, believe it or not. And of course, we know what happened with High Jump, where he reported that there were disc-like objects that attacked the fleet that he had, decimated the fleet he had, and that if this was Nazis, or if whoever was controlling these, there's no way we could fight them. We didn't have the technology to fight them. And he, of course, within weeks of that being published, he died a very strange death. And not even 3 months after that, his adult son, who was also witnessed several things, died a very strange death. So when it comes to Greenland, my eyebrows shot through the roof as soon as I heard what was going on. I'm like, oh, wait. And then things started clicking for me. I was like, didn't Trump actually take what was then, it's not Thule Air Force Base anyway. Biden renamed it during his administration, but it was at that time in 2019, it was Thule Air Force Base. He took it out of the control of the Air Force and he gave it to Space Force. It is now a major hub for Space Force. And I was like, that's really interesting. Okay, so again, you have a void underneath Greenland that geologists have been talking about for about 5 years now that has some kind of structures in the void that they can't identify. But the running theories are that it's either a natural formation, which they don't believe because of the way the structures, the way Greenland is underneath, the ice formations and everything else underneath. They don't think this is something that was naturally formed. So it's a matter of, is this something that was ancient, that was left behind by an ancient civilization, maybe pre-Ice Age, or is this something that is very advanced that's down there because of all of the electromagnetic inconsistencies with Greenland? It's just such a, I always say that it's such a rabbit hole to go down, and everybody wants to say it's for strategic defense. Well, yeah, I do believe it is for strategic defense, but I don't know if it's from Russia and China. That's where I'm questioning, because I'm like, well, the same week this is all going on and this blew up out of control, you had the Bank of England go public and state that they were making contingency. They needed to make contingency, basically, I guess you could say plans in case of alien disclosure. This is all happening in the same week. And I'm like, okay, so we had massive disclosures happening in the United States. We've got the Bank of England itself going public saying they need to make a contingency plan in case of alien disclosure. We've got Greenland going on at the same time. And then today we had the Israeli representative at Davos give a speech saying they needed to embrace the Muslims and the imams and all needed to come together in a like coordinated, I guess you could say, effort to be one. When I noted it when I posted it today, because I was like, the Roman Catholics did this like a year and a half ago. The Pope actually met with the imams and did the same exact thing. So you're looking at a push towards a one world religion. Okay, Project Bluebeam. Y'all, if you haven't read it, you need to go look it up and read it, because it is literally playing out right in front of you. A coordinated effort to literally basically screw with you guys and make it seem like it's something it's not, so they can gain control. Again, in a way that I can't even get my head around it, because it's so obvious to me. And I'm like, even with the rabbis meeting with the imams, I'm like, really? So basically they're going to form a wall of religion that what if you don't give a crap about any of their beliefs? Like I don't. I stand outside all of them. I don't buy into any of that. So what happens to somebody like me if that's a one world religion? Am I like now going to have a problem because I have to believe what you're telling me to believe? I don't think so. Pretty sure that is like the biggest violation of human rights possible. To tell somebody what their soul has to believe. Pretty sure that's like number one violation of a human right. So again, people, you're seeing things that are being formatted and being pushed. That's why socialism's being pushed. That's why communism, well, actually socialism, that's actually communism, is being pushed. It's all being pushed because it's all about people believing they have freedom, believing they're acting as a unit, like we're a society. You know how they always say it takes a village to raise a child? Well, that term came about because, yeah, they want the village to believe they're in control. They're not. They're taking orders from the idiot sitting at the top of the pile who got really, really fat and wealthy and hogged all the resources, so y'all are fighting each other for the damn resources that they decide to throw at you as scraps. And no, I'm not saying capitalism is much better, but what we see right now, this is not capitalism. Okay, what the United States has, this is not capitalism. This is 1,000% an oligarchy. Actually, it's a mixture of socialism and an oligarchy. It is not capitalism. Capitalism does not allow for the type of monopolies that we have in our society. Capitalism does not allow for absolute corporate control by like 0.01%. Okay? That is not capitalistic. And anybody who tells you there it is lying to you. Capitalism is free market trade. We don't have free market trade. I'd love to say we did, guys. I really would love to say we do, but we don't. And you know how that's becoming really evident? Take a look. Those of you who are United States citizens, go ahead and take a look at like your local veterinary clinics. Take a look at, all your little mom and pops places that you like to go to. And one of the things you're going to notice is even though they may have the same name, they're under different management. A lot of them. You know why? Because they've been bought up by corporate interests. That's why a lot of people are wondering why. In fact, I'm going to focus on the vets because that is like the big thing right now. In fact, I think Tucker Carlson did a huge report on that recently about why are veterinary bills going up through the roof here in the United States. Well, it's because it's been a lot of the private vets have been bought out by corporate vets, the corporate vet the bigger groups, and basically they pushed up the cost of veterinary treatment to the point where you have to you're forced to buy insurance for your pet. So the insurance can pay. It's an absolute Ponzi scheme like nobody's business. But it shows you again, that's not capitalism, guys. That is you're looking into antitrust violations. And they get around that by using shell companies for the same company. They lie on paper. It's the same thing with real estate. It's happening everywhere in the United States, and absolutely nobody's putting the brakes on. Although I do think I have seen the Trump administration starting to try to address it here and there, but they've got so many other things they're trying to punch out right now. This country is such a hot mess. I mean, even Minnesota.
Good regulation. It's good regulation. That's the stuff Mark Edworthy loves. He's like, yes.
It's true, though. I mean, dude, think about it. Think at how many monopolies. Like, look at BlackRock. How is BlackRock it's a monopoly. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the fact that they cut out that Blackstone and BlackRock, even though they're all the same, like the hegemony is ridiculous. They're all the same people when it comes to their boards and everything. They just switch them back and forth. Basically, they cover real estate and everything else. Like it is the largest monopoly I've ever seen in my life. And they get away with it because they put themselves under Blackstone and BlackRock. So it's still skirting antitrust, but it's so ridiculously obvious it smacks you in the face. But on top of that, like I know Larry Fink gave a talk at Davos this week too, where he was, and for those who don't know, Larry Fink is the CEO of BlackRock, where he was discussing, basically he was pushing socialism. And I kind of pointed out when I posted it, this is really problematic because if you look at Larry Fink's history, he is actually a professor emeritus at several Chinese universities. I'm just going to take that second and point out that that's a massive national security risk. So why is that excuse me? Is China or is China not an enemy of the United States right now? Should we have somebody who controls pretty much all the money flowing through this country to be in a position where they're professor emeritus at enemy nation's universities? Pretty sure that is a massive national security risk. So again, folks, it's so obvious when you're looking at it, but and people could say, well, diplomacy. No, diplomacy my ass. If this was any of us on this panel and we had ties like that in China, we'd be sitting in jail. And in fact, in the United States, we'd be sitting in jail under the NDAA, which means we don't get a lawyer, we don't get a phone call, we don't get crap, we just disappear into a hole that there's no climbing out of. And that is the truth of it. So again, I'm kind of shaking my head at the obviousness of things. And again, I understand you cannot one thing at a time. And I actually think Trump's doing a damn good job of trying to get to things. I mean, even Minnesota, people don't see that for what it actually is. And I keep saying it, and now it's becoming more obvious because now they're at least starting to publish some of the information about the people that are being arrested, the immigrants that are being arrested in Minnesota. Because everybody says, oh, these poor innocent people, they're just trying to earn a living. They just want the American dream. No, dude. 97% of the people that have been detained in Minnesota are charged with crimes against children. 97% of them. That's a hell of a statistic. And what else? What did I say on this show a couple weeks ago about Minnesota? It is a child trafficking hub internationally. And it's been known in law enforcement for at least 2 decades to be a child trafficking hub. So what do you think is actually going on with ICE in Minnesota? It's not about sending, Julio, who owns a lawn business, who's just trying to get by and feed his kid. It's not about deporting them. It's about deporting people who are really evil and making a lot of money off our children and their flesh. And I got to tell you, I wish I could say differently, but the stats are proving me correct. That's what they're going after. And yes, innocent people, Julios are being picked up too in these sweeps, unfortunately. But if they have no criminal background, yes, they're going to get deported. But they will be given a chance to come back. Why is that? Well, guys, it's because of federal law. Federal law states the president, ICE, all of them, these people are not being deported because they're criminals. They're being deported. They're not being deported because of criminal actions. They're being deported because they're illegally here. So in other words, the president, ICE, they can't discern between an illegal alien. If you're an illegal alien, they either get them all or they can't get any of them. Because if they don't get them all, if they start discerning and discriminating in that way, when it goes to court, it's going to get thrown right out the door. Because that's the way the liberals have screwed up our judicial system at this point. So unfortunately, thank you to them, what we perceive as innocent illegals, that's such an oxymoron, but it's true. I say there are people that came here really just to better their lives and try to help their children. Did they do it incorrectly? Yes, they absolutely did. Should there be a pathway for them? I think after all the bad ones are sent back, yes, absolutely. Let's try to find them a pathway to get back here. But does the law give the federal government the right to discern? No, it does not. And you know who's quoted as saying that? Not Donald Trump. Barack Obama. And he's not wrong. So guys, again, it's what a week. What a week. And things are coming out more and more. And again, like I said, the conspiracy side of me is just like, I feel like I have a buzzer going off in my head 24/7. Like every time I read an article, I'm like, oh, I got to reread that because so much, I can see so many things happening at one time. And in my book, it's good things. But in most people's books, until everything pans out, and in fact, I know Raphael, my number one critic, and when it comes to this, because he's cautionary, and I can't blame him. That's so much power to put in one place. If Trump is doing what we think he's doing, what if he's not a good guy? And he's not wrong to question that. I follow my intuition, and I follow patterns, and I don't think he's a bad guy. I really don't, and to the depth of my soul. But Rafi is much more careful in that way. He's been burned so many times by the government.
Picture, if you will, a radio show so cheap that.
But Rafi, I know you want to say something, but I got to take us out to our first break of the night. So when we come back, I'm gonna let you lead in. Hang in there, guys. We are gonna be back in just a few more moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break. Right on time.
I didn't realize. I was gonna say I didn't know we were that close to break, Rafi. But I know. I knew. I was watching for your window to start blinking. I'm like, oh, he's breathing heavier. I could see it like blinking up and down, which means he's breathing, which means he's gonna say something.
Whatever. I'm walking the dogs. That's why.
Did you finish that file?
I started cleaning it up and added that one blurb about the HSI, but yeah, we need to clean it up a little bit more, just make it a little more understandable for the layman reader, like we have, for our clients. So.
Yes, copy that. But now you know why I was giving you grr looks every time you interrupted me, because I was trying to read through that file and I'm like, oh my god.
No, that case file's a clusterfuck. Sorry, Mark. It's a Charlie Foxtrot, but it's it's clearly just the cliff notes and the and the screenshots. I mean, it's basically what it is, just substantiating information. It's not really there's really no case reports that I can find in there.
Yeah, there are. There's several of the doctor's reports, and then there's several agencies reports in there. So I did see those, and I read through them. That's why I included it.
I only had like 20 minutes to go through it.
Yeah, I know, and it's a 400-page file.
300 plus pages.
That's why when you kept asking me to read, I was like, "Are you sure you want to read it?" Because I was like, I think I got to page like 15, and I was like, "Oh no."
Yeah, but I mean, if they're gonna submit it, they need to clean up the information and basically organize it in such a manner that it's easier for the intake investigator to understand what's going on.
To give you guys kind of make you laugh, this file was actually put together by an attorney, and the two of them, Rafi and I, are both going through it like going cross-eyed. I was just like, "Oh my god."
That's a first-year paralegal right there.
Oof.
Come on, guys.
That's like a high school kid looking to do a term paper or something. I don't know. That was, oh my god.
Give it to Mark Edworthy. He'll do it for you.
Oh, I don't think Mark Edworthy wants to go through this.
He loves
yeah. You got to have a hard stomach to go through what's in this file.
He gets excited about terms of services.
Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Did you just step on the dog?
No, I just smacked her in the face with the door.
Which one?
Molly?
Molly?
No, Little Bug.
Little Bug, no. Okay, so we have our Chug. She's half Chihuahua, half Pug. She's black, and she looks like a bowling ball. Like this little walking bowling ball. Actually, she could be a cartoon dog.
She looks like a slug.
She looks like a miniature black Jabba the Hutt. But she
that sounds pretty darn adorable.
She is actually. She really freaking is adorable. She is adorable. She has a snaggle tooth.
Sometime.
Yeah, I'll put it up
in the photo sometime here on Teams or whatever.
But she's like a solid little dog. But man, she gets under your foot. Oh man, we call her Little Bug too because she's got the Chihuahua bug eyes. Oh, that dog. But yeah, so that's now you guys know my last 3 days, and then of course telling Vicky that she's not in trouble with me. I don't know why she always thinks she's in trouble with me.
What?
I love her.
Why would she be in trouble?
I don't know. I think it because when she doesn't have contact with me, she thinks I'm mad at her. I'm like, oh no, I don't contact anybody.
I mean,
it's equal opportunity ignorance.
You and I really only talk on show nights, unless
I know.
Like,
well, I tell her I get busy doing things. So if I don't respond, I'm like, I mean, Rafi will tell you, I have had my head in reports since last Wednesday or Thursday. I have just been one after another. And it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of research.
Under 30 seconds. And by the way, looks like Jack's going to have Jeff Nadal. Yeah, I can't even. That does Dogman and
nice.
Yeah, he's gonna have him on soon. Anyways, 3,
I've got
2, 1, and you're alive and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. I know as we were going on break, Raphael was breathing heavily into his microphone, and I can tell that because his microphone keeps pulsing. So I'm pretty sure he was wanting to respond to what I was saying.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I'm a little more cautious than you are. I mean, because despite how much I want the Q drops to be real and that there's an underlying plan behind everything that Trump is doing, I still worry about beyond him. He's mortal. He's not going to be president forever. Everybody dies. Everybody, moves on. Got to retire. But I don't know what the plan is long term. So I exercise a lot of caution, an abundance of caution. Because the thing is, though, we have a government that has run amok. It is no longer a constitutional republic, and they don't restrain themselves with the Constitution. They just do everything they can to move that goalpost further and further out, or just step over the line and just look at you and say, what the F are you going to do about it? Like Venezuela, they try to justify as, narco trafficking. They try to say it was, the parallel was Noriega and Panama. And it doesn't make it constitutionally legit.
Sound.
And the thing is, though, when you can just go around and start labeling people terrorists, for whatever reason, whether it's narcotics or anything else, you're just finding yourself a loophole so that you can do whatever you want.
I find it interesting, though, Ralphie, because I think sometimes a lot of this is happening to show us to really put it front and center, because right now it's only a small group of us, the Anons, really, who saw the abuses that were happening over the last 10, 15 years. The fact that the NDAA was being put into play. All of these things were happening and nobody was talking about it on the news. It was like a pariah subject. You could not even bring up the NDAA. I never heard it talked about on the news at all, except for the fact that it was unanimously passed every year, except for a couple of years where Rand Paul kind of stuck his finger in it, but then stopped doing that. He passes it unanimously with everybody else now. So it's one of those things where, you have to understand what's in that. The National Defense Authorization Act. It started, 2012 was where the big changes started happening. But it gives the president authority over so many things. It's not funny. Mm-hmm. And like narco-terrorism. Remember you said there's no such animal as narco-terrorism. Yes, there is, and it's defined in the NDAA. And that's what I was saying. It supersedes the Constitution, and it shouldn't. It's not legal by the Constitution. It is not legal. But because Congress passes it, that makes it legal. And that's in our Constitution, too, unfortunately. So it's like...
narcotics trafficking it's clear-cut criminal activity. It's not... terrorism in and of itself, the very definition of terrorism, is a violent act for political gain.
Correct.
Narcotics, by and large, are transactional crimes. There's nobody going around from junkie to junkie and holding a gun to their head and forcing them to, suck on that crack pipe. They're paying for that item to do themselves. There's nobody forcing them to do it. And so that's where I say trying to paint Maduro or any cartel is the same as Al-Qaeda is a non-starter. It's not the same thing. But again, what I'm saying is, what I was going to add was that it was just the last administration that was labeling anybody that was a constitutional conservative, a nationalist, as a domestic terrorist. If Trump, let's just hypothetically, gets assassinated, doesn't get reelected, somebody else comes into power that the deep state controls, the global bankers control, the Davos crowd, who I'm talking about, with the people we're always talking about, that are controlled by those people. Well, then they're just going to turn around and use that new mile marker, that new goalpost line that Trump just set out, and push it further from there. And that's what I talk about when I say the slippery slope is,
precedents. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, once you set precedents, that's it. And the problem is, I remember when I was in, we used to talk crap about the ACLU and everything else, but now, man, I want to be a card carrying member, because that's the only way you have to be on top of government all the time. Otherwise, they will continue to do whatever they want because there's nobody watching or nobody willing to stand up to them. And that's really what it comes down to.
I find it interesting, too, because even with like the narco-terrorism, the definition of terrorism, and I know they're trying to push that word onto what's happening in Minnesota with the protesters, but it's a very interesting caveat that these protesters are paid in Minnesota. And there's been plenty of evidence to back that up, because there's plenty of emails, advertisements, and everything else that have been posted, documents posted that show that these people are being hired and paid to do what they're doing and trained. But because they're paid, it kind of makes it very hard to label them as terrorists, which makes that a very interesting thing. Now, the people paying them, yeah, they're going to have some problems if it goes that. I think it's actually they're doing that now because I believe the heads of state over there were referred to the DOJ. I want to say day before yesterday, but that includes Tim Waltz. They're all being referred over. But I'm saying they need to get back to the pockets, the Soroses, and it's not just Soros. There's several foundations involved with funding these people, and they all go back to a very interestingly unique destination that I'm not going to mention. But on top of that, again, you have so many dynamics happening. You had Don Lemon this weekend, that idiot. What a flipping idiot goes into a church with a bunch of these Minnesota protesters during a mass with children in the mass and basically storms the church, takes over the pulpit, won't let the preacher speak, has his protesters all up and down the pews scaring the crap out of everybody and telling them, and he even said it on live feed, that he wants them terrified, basically completing the definition of terrorism. Idiot. And it shows little kids, their parents like running them out of the church, and they're terrified. You can tell they are. And he's doing the interview, and he looks up and he starts laughing. He goes, "No, we want this. We want them to be terrified like that." Well, you dumbass, you just literally, you're going to get charged with terrorism, idiot. But not to mention the fact that they actually charged him with the KKK Act, which I started laughing because I'm like, so we have now charged a black man with the KKK Act because he actually did the crime. If you read what's in that act, that's exactly what he did. It doesn't matter if he's black. He broke the law. And it was funny because they were saying how he was saying that it was the white man's church and this and that. And I had to laugh at the memes that came out of that because even I know that Don Lemon's married to a white man. It's like, dude, are you that much of an attention whore? Are you looking for the spotlight that much that you just would fall on the stake? Or are you actually working as a counter-operative to make the movement look really stupid? Because that's what you accomplished. It's kind of like Mandami. I keep saying I think Mandami is a counter-operative. I think he's a Trump pawn. Why? Because he is making Democrats look so utterly and completely stupid and ridiculous in New York right now. It's not even funny. Like, he's single-handedly destroying the Democrat Party in New York. And it's really obvious that that's what he's doing. And I'm like...
I think it's just actually it's what you said. Everybody these days are stupid. It has nothing to do with a plan. You keep thinking like they got some kind of plan going on. They're just stupid people. Like, now Jews apparently are white supremacists. Freaking black people are in the KKK.
Well, did you see where this was where I got it. I remember I kept telling you guys, I don't know why the Christians in the United States are so pro-Zionism. It doesn't make any sense at all. I don't understand it. And the actual Christian church, the head of the Christian church in Israel, issued an edict over the weekend basically condemning Christian Zionists. I started laughing. I showed it to Raphael. I was like, look at this. I told you. And I was like, see, here's the problem. The Christian church in Israel, and I've been telling people, I don't understand Christian Americans. They're idiots. Christians are persecuted in Israel just like the Muslims are. They're treated like secondhand citizens over there. And they know it. I was like, so they issued this edict. I said, but they can't condemn Israeli Zionism because if they do, they break the law in Israel. So they can only condemn Christian Zionism.
It was because of a rewrite of the Bible. I want to say in like 1920s. I want to say it was like the King James Bible or this something like that. Anyway, long story short is that the Jews rewrote the Bible and put in there all the crap about the Judeo-Christian relationship. It's
That never made sense.
It was all part of the takeover. I mean, it's like kind of like how Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Jordan Maxwell, owned McGraw-Hill and wrote our history books. You know, what we think we know about the past is not even close. I mean, you can find pre-1920 Bibles which have clear maps with Palestine being labeled Palestine. There was no Israel prior to that,
right.
But sometime during that era, not only did they rewrite the Bibles, but they rewrote his religious history. When it comes to Israel,
even during the Roman Empire, and this again, I hate having these topics discussed with people that are really stubborn, because it was not called Israel; it was called Judea. And it's like, y'all are freaking they're going to argue the semantics of Palestine when they weren't even called Israel. They were called Judea. So it's like, it makes no sense to me. And I always point out to Christians, especially Christian Zionists. In fact, Ralphie and I have a mutual friend who declared as a Zionist and then took it back really quick. But I was like, well, here's the problem. In the Bible, if you actually read the Bible and you read the account of the, of Easter Sunday and the crucifixion and the resurrection, it was not Pontius Pilate who wanted to execute Jesus. It was, or Yeshua, as his actual name is. It was not Pontius Pilate. He actually fought for him not to be executed. He wanted to execute Barabbas, however you pronounce his name. And it was the actual Pharisees, the Jews, who wanted Christ crucified and fought for his crucifixion and got his crucifixion. That is in the Bible. You can't miss it. They read it every Easter Sunday in the Christian masses. That is what happened. So,
and they don't talk about the Talmud and their interpretations of, that Christ is in hell, simmering in his own and pooping and skeet.
Yeah, he's not even a prophet. At least the Muslims think he was a prophet. I always say that. At least the Muslims recognized him as a holy man. Okay, I mean, we got to give him credit where it's due. But again, as somebody who I stand outside all of these religions, so I can look at these things and just shake my head and be like, what the hell are people thinking? Do you have no free thought? Do you just listen to the preacher and not actually read the book? Because in any good book club, you got to read the book. But it's like, I don't get it.
Most people are sheep. I think most people are sheep, and they'll listen to whatever the talking heads say.
Well, and even that, I still got to go back to, and Vicky would roll over and have a heart attack right now if she heard me, but it was written by men. Okay? Yes. Yeah, all of it, and what is the one thing we all know about men and women and humanity?
Religion has nothing to do with God, period. Okay?
Thank you.
It's about creating laws. It's about freaking telling people how they need to live, and it's about telling people freaking that about controlling them. Everybody has a hard time when I tell them there's a difference between being religious and being spiritual. Okay, there's spiritual principles in religion if you're looking for them.
Yes.
But most people don't want to look at those. They don't. They want to hear about thou shalt not kill.
Well, the spiritual principles are actually, if you've noticed throughout time, they have been in many religions. Spiritual principles have actually been pointed out as evil. And, thou shalt not tolerate a witch. I mean, but yet they used witches throughout the Bible for different purposes.
That was part of the religion, though. See, for religion, that they didn't like those women running around being independent. Now, in today's world, they're saying, oh, you can't interpret the Bible that way because it's a different way of living. No, that's the wrong way of thinking, okay? people today who are Christians are freaking heathens. They've turned against their God. They don't believe in the texts that were given to them, because it says that all women should be freaking scorned for trying to be somebody that they're not. And for a person to be intelligent, they're sinning, okay? Because you're not supposed to eat from the tree of knowledge.
The tree of knowledge. Yep.
So you're supposed to say forever in ignorance and believe in blind faith towards this invisible God.
Unless you're of their sect. See, this is what I mean. There's no segue in the Bible for priests to be the scholars, but yet.
That's been added in to make by man, okay? Man said, hold on a minute. We need to allow our intellectual people to have a little leniency, just like sending men off to freaking war. That's not murder, because the church absolves them.
Yep.
Okay.
Isn't that crazy? Yep.
Thou shalt not kill. Okay. So they separate the difference between thou shalt not kill from murder. Killing is killing. Okay. Period. It doesn't matter if freaking you go off to war, or if you do it on the streets, you're still killing something.
Yep. But this is what I mean, Roger. But it's the automatic. It's like the blueprint of the fact that it was written by people. They always say, oh, no, the Bible was written by God through his prophets. Well, his prophets were what, man? I'm just, come on. People are fallible. And when you're talking socio-political, and that's what the Bible is, and that's what the Quran is, and that's what the Torah is, that's what they all are. They're socio-political. And it's like, it's used to control the masses. That's why you have different versions of the Bible depending on where it was written. I mean, you've got the King James Version. You've got multiple versions of the Bible, all printed in different areas and all have little differences. And I mean, then you've got when the Bible was put together, the New Testament. And, I can tell you, I don't know very many Christians who actually realize how that was done, that it was a council put together in the 3rd century by Constantine. And literally they decided to go through and throw out what they didn't like and keep what they liked, whatever fit their narrative. That's how we lost the Book of Enoch, by the way. Literally, whatever fit their narrative stayed, and whatever didn't got lost. And then whatever pagan things they thought were going to make society more amenable, they left in. Like they changed all the holidays around to fit pagan holidays. Why? Because they were surrounded by mainly pagan populations. And to force a religion down their throat, they had to make it amenable.
Yeah. Well, the Book of Psalms is a good example. Okay, the Book of Psalms is the feminine aspect of Christian beliefs. Yep. Now, you turn around and you talk about the masculine and the feminine, and you start talking about text, and that's when you have what happened to me when I started talking about that with Bob Dub. Everybody started accusing me of being homosexual. You see what I mean? And they don't. Yep. They're not intelligent enough to understand that freaking the masculine and the feminine is for more than gender. Okay, it's like there's masculine and feminine in trees.
Yep. It's funny. I was just having this conversation with somebody. There are masculine and feminine traits in all humans. We all have a balance of traits, and you all have a balance of, how do you put this, markers in your genetics that allow for masculine and feminine traits. It's just a matter of what genetics and how they conformed as to whether or not you end up being a boy or a girl. But you're going to have traits. Like I have masculine traits. I have a binary mind. That is not normally considered feminine in any way, shape, or form. Can't help it. Wish I could. I tend to, and Rafi will tell you, I'm not like a girly girl. I can be, but I'm a sweatpants girl. I like being comfortable. But it's and I'm logical in a lot of what I do, and I try not to let my emotions get the best of me, because when I do, things tend to get really bad. But it's, again, we all have a spread of traits, and that's biology. And I'm not, I don't believe in the he, she, they, them, it, whatever. 97 classifications for a person. No. But in fact, I was laughing because somebody posted a meme the other day. dude, I posted on my Facebook, I was like, that's perfect. Basically saying that Democrats spent all this time trying to elect a woman president. How can they do that when they can't even define what a woman is? I was like, oh.
I was picking on Mark and them the other night. I was like, where do they come up with transgender? I mean, it's like they got like 20, 30 freaking genders. I mean, trans is supposed to mean 3, right?
We were talking about Lotus Eaters video, and that video them suggested there was something like 200 genders.
Yes, I think it's 72. Most government in the United States, most government paperwork recognizes like 72 ways to be identified.
Where do they come up with transgender though? Like, isn't transgender like meaning 3 different? I think
Yeah.
So how do they come up with that? Like their math isn't even right.
Dude, none of this is right.
It goes back to my whole thing about stupid people. You know what I mean? Just people are stupid today.
Well, it's, I kind of liken it to people when they go to the grocery store and they kind of just scan the ingredients on their food and they don't actually read what's in. It's the same thing. These psychologists and these psychiatrists get up there and they give their very bibliophile type definition that actually, if you understand the words they're saying, makes no sense, and it's a full deflection from anything factual or logical. But normal people, and I say that with tongue in cheek because to me, I think we're a very uneducated society. They just take it at face value. Oh, they must know they got a PhD or whatever behind their name. No, some of the biggest idiots I know have PhDs, but again, you're taking it at face value. And these idiots are testifying before Congress. There was one the other day, a doctor. She had her doctorate, I think it was in gynecology and something else, and they kept asking her, can a man get pregnant? She must have deflected 50 times. Would not answer the question. And he even re-simplified it and said, can a biological male get pregnant? She would. I have patients, so she kept just repeating the same thing. She would not answer the question.
Actually, I think the UK NHS doctrine, or at least was officially up to maybe last year or something, stated that men could get pregnant.
They can't. Biological male cannot.
You could lactose as well.
Stick them up your butt.
Literally,
right.
They don't have a placenta. They don't have the equipment necessary to have a baby.
Put it in the
All right. Roger, you think about the mechanics. I got to take us out to our long break. Hang in there, folks. We will return with the VIXEN'S Vault after a few moments, and Roger really puts work into the mechanics of that. We shall return.
Baby. A butthole baby.
All right, we're on radio break.
That's like old school, man. Butthole baby.
Butthole baby. Dude, you put it this way. It would be like the fastest in out I've ever seen in my life because there's nothing to hold it up. I mean, nothing. There's nothing to hold a fetus in there.
You take a condom, you put it up in there, and you just freaking... what do they call those rubber bands that hold your butt cheeks together?
You, all right?
What would you do with the prostate?
Thing, Roger, don't you? Thank
only
God.
Me.
Thank God. Yeah, only you. I'm telling you because thank goodness that Sonia is in here. She'd give you a piece of her mind about this too.
What do they call it? The sphincter? You just put the condom up there and then you tighten that sphincter up. Just like a rubber band, you just tighten it. Tie that thing up in a knot, get it all tight.
Actually, Raphael could probably teach a course on that because, every time he gets around, when you even start talking about homosexuality, his sphincter goes whoop. It's like
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
He's not finding that very funny. I can tell you that. He just exhaled.
That's the thing. When you're not a homosexual, your sphincter still goes whoop.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's like It's okay to freaking.
Can anyway.
It's okay to have a conversation with a person who's gay and everything, but whenever you freaking get close to them, they better not be touching your balls. You know what I mean? 'Cause
See,
that's
okay, why does that not? Okay, see, now I got, as a female, I got to insert here, and you can take that however way you want.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So why is it not that same method of thought when it comes to like women being around
'Cause that's
homosexual
hot.
women?
That's
no,
hot, dude.
see,
Yes,
that
that
I
is
gotta tell you,
so
man.
hot, dude.
I have
She's
yet to meet a
different.
guy. I have yet to meet a guy who doesn't, who's like, oh, that's something wrong with that. They're like, oh well, you know, it's like, no, dude, do you know how uncomfortable that is when you're a straight female?
We all know as guys that women have lesbian tendencies because, you know, hey, that's just how it is. But if a guy says to another guy, hey, you look good, or like Roger was trying to do, you're a handsome guy, I'm like,
He's a good-looking man. I said he's a good-looking man.
You know, when a woman says to another woman, oh man, she's pretty gorgeous, she looks great. I mean, a guy wouldn't say that about another guy unless there's something going on with
If
you.
a woman says to another woman, hey, she's gorgeous, she looks great, that doesn't mean she's got homosexual tendencies. When a woman says to another woman, oh my God, you're gorgeous.
You can't help it. It's part of the biology.
Biology.
Put it this way, with women, like especially like with the more bull-dyke type women, they can be seriously freaking aggressive. And I've worked with several, and it's for some. I was saying to Rafi,
all right, and we'll be back with more Vixen's Vault after I eat what I got and get them back up on the air again. Hey, Raph.
Hey.
Well, you agree too, right?
Oh yeah. Girl on girl's hot. Nothing wrong with it.
well, I was going to say, that was a strange place to get cut off.
It was perfect.
Truly, though.
I said we don't need none of that stuff. We want to quiet Nancy down. She got it too excited, is what they said.
Dude, because it's something that has annoyed me. I can tell you.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh,
yep.
Boy.
How many chicks do you know that freaking like to kiss each other?
Let me think about that.
In the 90s or now?
Now, in the 90s, all of it. Like, I mean, how many?
I say that as a little bit of a joke, because back in the day, all girls said that they were bi just to turn us guys on, you know? Yeah. And that still happens a little bit today, but just not as much as it did 10 years ago.
I was in the 80s.
I was an 80s girl. Not as being gay. I'm just saying, how many girls just enjoy giving each other kisses?
I peck on the cheek. I don't even peck my friends on the cheek. Are you kidding me? I don't know too many.
I mean, how many women do give each other kisses? You know, like, and then you take a look
Roger,
at guys.
you don't have to coddle it around me here. Hello.
You take a look at guys. It's like Mark was saying. You know, guys don't do that shit.
I don't think he knows how to coddle it.
All right, Frenchmen do. I'm just gonna put that out there. Frenchmen do.
We don't. Whatever.
We all know that they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay. So.
Don't get us started on the French again. You know how.
See, I'm right though. I'm right. But the thing is, I will be very honest. Some of the younger women I know.
Stop eating the horses. That's all I gotta say, dude. You know
some of the younger women. Let me answer you. Some of the younger women I know are like that, but most of the women my age, no. No, it's something that does, because in the 80s, again, that was something that you didn't even. Dude, I think I knew one girl in high school who it was suspected she was a bisexual, and that poor girl went from a head cheerleader to completely ostracized within like 3 weeks, just because it was suspected.
I could be wrong, but I honestly don't believe in actual bisexuals, you know, for guys especially. I mean, a guy's hairy butt and the beautiful shape of a woman, curves of a woman. No, very serious here.
Yeah.
Isn't going to turn the same person on. Either the hairy butt will turn you on, or the curves will turn you on. Now with the gals, I believe it's more of a just turns us guys on. They do it for the total opposite because they're heterosexual. But either way, maybe there's real gay folk, but not bi.
I think with women, it's more of a fear. It's a safety thing. Something with a male happened that they didn't feel safe with men, and they do feel safe with other females. That's what I think it is with women. Because with women, the act of sex, you have to feel safe. You have to. Otherwise, nothing turns on.
Well, lesbian sex is make-believe, though. That's not real sex. You see, that's the thing. You guys need to understand. Like, I think that's really just like a waste of time and effort. It's a waste of time and effort. Like, why are you dry humping?
Mr. Edworthy has to say about this.
He doesn't know what to say.
Quiet.
He's good because he's putting up his "I'm single" sign. I have no idea of what you people are speaking of. That is what his face says right now. Nor do I want to know.
Well, like females have to have organs for things to actually work.
But again, for female organs to function, it has to be hooked to their brain. For their brain to function in the act of sex, they have to feel safe.
I don't know about all that, man. I don't have anything.
It's true.
My brain
it's
and
true.
my organ works
Unless
fine.
they suffer from like nymphomania, and even nymphomania is said to have been from something traumatic. And it just screws up the way their chemistry works in their brain.
I've never met a nymphomania in my life, dude, ever. I mean, it's like I hear that word all the time, and I just don't believe women are nymphomaniacs. I think
well,
that's
again,
just
women
a made-up word.
are okay, but Roger, our hormones are different than men's are. Okay, men's hormones, you guys go pretty much your whole life. You don't have like you have a little bit of a choking point, but not didn't mean it that way, but not, I thought about it after it came out.
Way to go, Roger.
But,
yeah.
Joking.
But you don't,
it's always
you guys
because
will
of
always
Roger.
have like the urge. Women go through menopause. We go through things that like really fuck with our bodies. Excuse that, Mark. We're on break.
Yeah.
But I mean, it
No
really messes
gateways.
with your chemistry.
Well,
It messes with your brain chemistry. It messes with a lot of things. And
see, you're getting into like a rough area. Like they keep talking about this early ejaculation stuff. I call that laziness.
oh
Yeah,
boy,
I call that laziness. That's just laziness. If you freaking get off early, that means you need to finish the job, dude. You don't freaking get all lazy and roll over. You know what I mean? It's like, stop being bad to your woman. Take care of her. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
That's nothing a BJ can't fix.
I don't
Right,
know
right.
if we're going to be cut off on YouTube and Facebook for this conversation.
no,
No,
we're
this
on
is
break, Mark. This is our safe zone.
No,
This is like-
not on the video platforms.
you can get away with this. It's just
30 seconds, by the way.
We can use technical terms. I can go technical if you want.
as long as you don't get
That's
into
why
the whole
I always
medical
say
thing.
innuendo is best. But anyways,
Oh boy.
and here's your countdown.
Took me forever
5,
to figure his last name.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side for hour 2 right now.
10:05 p.m. Wednesday, January 1st, 2026. What a break that was. Wow. So, yeah, my producer is seriously sweating right now as to whether or not he's going to get ejaculated from the platforms.
She said
How's
it
that for
out
innuendo?
loud.
How is that for innuendo?
No,
But,
it's ejected. There's
No.
Use the
I
proper
said what
term.
I said. It's the same thing if you actually think about it. But
It's whatever
welcome
you're
back,
aiming
guys, to the
for.
show. It was, like I said, it was a wild and woolly break. Fun, very fun, but wild and woolly. Okay, so we're back. And actually, that whole conversation started because of how the hell we ended up with like 70 some odd different identifications for sexuality, and nobody can figure that one out. And I don't think any one of us on this board can actually name all of them. Nor do we care to, honestly, because then we have to go into the actually how messed up is the psychology of society right now, that they have to think of all these different interspecies type identifications for sexuality, for God's sakes. The simplest thing on the planet, male and female. Really, the first thing that kids pretty much learn. Do I have something hanging off me or don't I? Literally. And yet we are in a time, in a location where we have people appearing before our Congress and Supreme Court and telling us they cannot identify what these things are. God, it's a glorious time to be alive. Not really. You know, I almost look at the Adventists and kind of laugh and say, you know, maybe the end times really are here. Maybe this is the end times, because God help us, nobody seems to know anything anymore. And they all wrap it up into feelings and feel good things. And it's like they're trying to use terminology and psychology as a drug. Have you ever thought of it like that?
Okay, I got the list. You want to hear it?
Oh no, God, do not, because we'll be at the end of the show by the time you get through it, because we'll be stopping you. What? Can you do it in like a song?
I could actually.
No, because it'll violate probably some sort of DCMA thing.
He's getting ready to choke to death. He's like sitting there, oh, don't say nothing no more.
He can't believe you pulled up the list. Oh, Mark, you don't know us very well. But, all right, that being said.
It's just the LGBTQV.
QRSYV. Yeah, that too. Yeah, the alphabet people.
They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
But you notice how, have you guys noticed how it's like I said, it's like they're the Suicide Squad for the Democrat Party. Have you noticed that all the protesters out in Minnesota, that's what they are? Mm-hmm. You know, it's like they're literally the Suicide Squad for the Democrat Party, and they don't see it. It's like y'all have been used, abused, degraded, and dumped on the side of the road to do all the crap work and then take all the blame. Good job. It's like,
me and Mark were on a Naroki show the other day, and apparently some of those protesters took the wrong turn and ended up in Quebec. Okay. They had signs out there saying, ICE, go home, you don't belong in Quebec, and everything. Literally had signs up, and I'm like, dude, that's in freaking Canada. What the hell are they doing? Like,
they want the ice to melt in Canada? I don't know.
What's big headline just yesterday. I think it was New York Post. Yeah, but yeah.
You know what? I got to give a shout out to the ICE agents, though. If there's anybody listening to the show that is working in ICE with the federal government, I got to give you guys a shout out and a pat on the back for your new way of handling things with the protesters, which is to scan their license plates and follow them home. Apparently the 911 boards in Minnesota are getting blown up by the protesters because ICE is following them to their homes. I think that's, honest to God, the funniest crap I've ever heard in my life, and probably the most intelligent way to handle things at this point. Follow them home.
That's all part of Jack
for the other side and give them a shout out and say, I don't want you looking at my license plate.
Why? Don't block traffic. Then don't block and obstruct and arrest. If you don't want your license plate scanned.
About that. Oh, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. I got
you. Yeah, they're going after the protesters that are obstructing, and instead of like confronting them on site, they're scanning their plates and following them home after the protest.
They were just scanning, plates here and there. They've been doing that all over the place, everywhere. Just they dragged a girl out, some white girl, but she was dressed up in scrubs. And so they thought she was doing whatever, because dressed up in scrubs, and they dragged her out of her car.
Dude, is that the one that claimed she was disabled?
I don't know,
Because
to be honest.
yeah, that was the girl that I know who you're talking about. She was dark haired. She's a Latina.
No,
And they pulled her out of her car. No, they got this some girl who was claiming that she was disabled and going to her doctor's appointment, and she was autistic.
This is a blonde girl, different gal.
Yeah, it was right. It was right on the side of the interstate too.
Yeah,
like,
right on. That's her out. Right
wouldn't even let her show her ID, man.
Did she cut off? Okay, so the question comes to: did they show the film from when she was being pulled out of the car, or what she was doing beforehand?
I've seen them do this so many times. It's ridiculous to me.
See, the problem is, again, if you cut off any vehicle of law enforcement, it doesn't have to be ICE. Any law enforcement vehicle, if you cut them off.
I'm talking about them just pulling people over for the heck of it. That's what I'm talking about. Not people that are what you're talking about. I'm talking about them just profiling and pulling people over and dragging them out their window like they did this gal. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm trying to argue
it reminds me of LA.
I
give them a shout out.
I think LA is what it really does.
Come to my house and try that shit, ICE. See what happens.
Well, if you block them, yeah.
They're going on doors, and they already are. Come knock on my door.
They are knocking on doors, but 90% of the time it's because they're following up on, again, people who have caused big issues.
Come to my house at 120
I don't think you want that.
And find out.
But again, Jason, you're saying that. Have you committed a crime against them? Have you gone and blocked one of their investigations?
There's 10 apartments here. I haven't, but come to one of these other 10 apartments and knock on that front door, and there's going to be problems.
Don't cause a problem.
This is my domicile. That's my door too.
Well,
you know what I mean? What they're doing is what they're doing. But you knock on my door and come try to throw me around with the IVC blood clot filter where a posterior strut's sticking through the freaking wall, the vein. You know, you put me in cuffs the wrong way, you might kill me. You know, I ain't gonna let that happen. I'm taking one of y'all with me. I'll just say it straight out.
I gotta defend ICE in this because they are literally doing what is required.
I was born in this country.
I don't see they're doing anything that's required since Trump's been.
They are.
Everybody's bloating about how great
they are.
He's done absolutely nothing to help or anybody who's actual American citizens in this country. I look around.
I can tell you
what exactly has he done.
I haven't right now. I just said to Ralph the other day. I went to fill up my tank. I filled up my tank for under $30. Okay, I haven't been able to do that in years.
So the price of the gas is more important than freaking people freaking getting the proper care that they need when they freaking go to the hospital.
They're working on the health.
They're
working on the health.
They haven't raised their finger once. Tell me one thing they've done in healthcare that they've actually
go look it up.
They've taken vitamins.
He's trying.
RFAs.
No.
We got to get these nutrition supplements.
Number one, he brought down the cost of insulin. Roger. He brought down the cost of he brought down the cost of insulin. He brought down he's nailing big pharma. He brought down the cost of insulin. He's going after the trade agreements when it comes to big pharma because one of the reasons we're paying so much is because of big pharma.
My mom was a freaking diabetic, who freaking went senile and freaking died freaking just recently with cancer that we didn't know she had until 3 days before she died. So don't tell me Donald Trump is doing shit.
That's not Donald Trump's fault, Roger.
Donald Trump didn't do shit. Nobody else has done shit.
Come on. That's not done. That's not his fault.
We've got to worry about this foreign drug that's getting.
Hold
on, let me finish. We got to worry about this foreign drug that's getting snuck in by China. But people are dying on the streets right now because of heroin addiction, crack cocaine, and everything. But Donald Trump says that this is the worst freaking drug.
It is.
No, it's not, dude. People are dying every day.
Yes, it is. Fentanyl, dude. I worked in medical. Fentanyl is highly dangerous.
Fentanyl is.
One dot of fentanyl can kill you.
It's not killing even half the amount of people who are dying from crack cocaine today.
Actually, it is.
Nobody's raising a finger to take care of it.
It is killing a lot of people. And actually, they just put out the stats on that. Literally, it's gone down to nothing.
that's whatever, dude. No, people aren't freaking dying from fentanyl like they're dying from crack cocaine.
Roger,
okay?
I know 3 different medics
I know,
that died from fentanyl overdose
dude,
because of treatment they were giving patients.
I know
3.
people who've died from freaking crack cocaine, dude. More than 3, a hell of a lot more.
So do I. But fentanyl is a drug that basically, crack cocaine, you can't touch somebody and kill them. Fentanyl, you can.
First of all, it's the horse tranquilizer that they're mixing with it. Second of all, I literally know
Ketamine.
like 1 person per month that dies from this. I live right near North Philly. And,
I lost a client that died from fentanyl.
Right,
Literally.
right. Well, it's the horse trank too. Now you got 25-year-old kids that are seen with their legs cut off, their arms cut off. They've been using for not even a year, 2 years, and it's because of this I'm going to say it wrong, but it's something like melatonin. It's not even the fentanyl.
Oh, the stuff that came in from Russia. Yeah,
I don't know
it's
where
like
it comes in from. It
was
be
China
called
or Russia.
Cyclazine.
Yep.
Start with an X. And now they're putting something called melatonin rather than the cyclazine. I'm saying both of those chemical
and it
names
eats their
wrong.
flesh, like it eats them like an acid.
And I've seen this,
horrible.
and I do see it. I don't know. I don't want to tell y'all how I see this, but I see this on a weekly basis. And the kids are getting younger and younger. I saw a gal. I found out she was 30. I thought she wasn't a day over 25. Yeah, she was in a wheelchair with her leg cut off from the knee down. So it's not getting better. It's
I saw that coming up. That started.
Methadone doesn't block it, so it's not like before where you could get on a methadone clinic. And the thing is, you could go try to get high, but it wouldn't work because the methadone is already in the receptors of your brain. The Afghan poppy type heroin that's actually made from Afghan poppy, from something from the earth, even though it's refined, used to go there and just bounce right off the receptors, and the user would not get high. And after trying this 3 or 4 times and saying, damn, I spent $40-50 3 or 4 times, and all I felt was a little tingly and a tiny bit of a rush. Like, this just ain't worth it no more. And then the user gets weeks that turn into months, and now they have a little bit of a choice, at that point. Now, I'm not saying for every user that methadone is the right thing or whatever, but for this, it's a nightmare. That the other thing is when they come to... If you OD on this stuff, Narcan will not work on the melatonin or the other horse trank. It's called cyclazine. It starts with an X, the word. God, I wish I knew how to pronounce it correctly. But yeah, so both of those things are horrid. The fact that methadone won't block it, and the fact that Narcan will not work to take somebody out of it.
Honestly, I think Narcan, this was my big thing with fentanyl also, and as well as the opioids, which were, by the way, just as rampant as the fentanyl. And the fentanyl is rampant, Roger. It's rampant. I mean, I can tell you the medical fields are infested with it because people use it to get through their days.
I'm going to tell you what, I've been in recovery freaking since 2003, okay? And I can tell you right now, freaking, it is a bigger epidemic than fentanyl will ever freaking be proven to be. People are dying.
I can tell you.
People are dying people are dying by the thousands on a daily basis because of cocaine, because of freaking heroin, because of freaking all of this shit. But we have to
you have to use quite a bit of it.
We have to focus on Donald Trump preaching fentanyl because fentanyl is what he's going after China for. It's all political, has absolutely nothing to do with helping people with drug addiction.
Not just going after China.
Yes, it is.
Has not just China. It's also the cartels.
He has not lifted his finger whatsoever to help the individual American who needs to freaking pay his bills.
So, okay, wait, Roger, what would you like him to do? He's got to fix all this shit that's been done for the last 20 years.
He's taking all the money. He's taking all the money from USAID and he's funneled it back into the government so that he can put that into ICE,
because he hasn't tried to do that.
It into the military.
And by the way, ICE is being funded by personal. You got to look it up. ICE right now is being funded by donors. I mean, main supply. He's not reasserting funds from the federal government into ICE. That's not what's happening. He took a bunch of IRS agents and put them over into ICE and then brought people in. Basically, he's training people from the military. And a lot of that funding came from donors, and you can look it up.
USAID went right back into the government so that it could be reorganized and put into the programs he wanted it into. That money would have been useful if it would have went right back to the people who freaking
and every time we have gone to court to stop the payments going to the illegals, because let me tell you, we have between $700 billion and $1 trillion going to illegals to cover their medical.
Yeah.
Okay. Their medical, their food, their shit. Every time, wait, let me finish. No,
it's always
wait till I finish.
Problem, right?
Roger, wait till I finish. Every time we've gone to try to reverse that and get these states to stop funding it, they claim sanctuary and they won't do it. So now what do we have to do? We have to cut off federal funding to these states, which does what? It hurts the people in the states. The American citizens in those states are being hurt. Why? Because their state governorship and their state governments refuse to turn the faucet off. So the benefits go to the people who are actually paying the taxes. Because that is what's not happening. That's what's not happening right now. Even in Florida, we're having a really hard time getting our benefits to cycle back around because we have so many counties that are basically sanctuary.
Each state, according to the Constitution, has the right to do whatever they want to do.
Correct.
Okay? Now,
correct.
When it comes to freaking us having a federal government that's trying to enforce federal laws on a state, freaking that is going against the Constitution because, unlike popular belief, federal law does not supersede state laws.
Yes, but you're now fighting my battle for me because I just said to you, a lot of the money that you're complaining about that we don't have is going into resources and being abused and not going to the American people where it's supposed to. And you want Donald Trump to fix that, but you don't want the federal government to exceed its authority.
I don't want Donald Trump to fix it. I just want his ass out of office because he has done absolutely nothing. He promised to do this shit. He promised to do this shit when he
You've given him a year.
He hasn't.
You have given him a year to unscrew 150 years worth of freaking crap.
Give him 2 years and he's not going to finish a damn thing.
Really? Because he's doing quite a bit.
No, he's
not. You're giving him a year.
No, he's not.
Roger, you wouldn't know about 3/4 of the corruption if he was not in office.
Dude,
you wouldn't know any of it.
Corrupt. He's done. He is just as corrupt as
even if he is. Even if he is. You would not be aware of 3/4 of what has happened.
Just because
he was
done
in
his corruption doesn't make it freaking right. Oh, it's okay now.
No, I didn't say he was. I did not say if he's corrupt. I don't believe he is corrupt, but I do believe him doing what he does exposes all the corruption that has occurred.
No war. He said no war. How much conflict has he got?
What war are we in? What war are we in?
He freaking bombed.
No, Roger, tell me what war.
Dude, it's a conflict. It's a conflict.
What war are we in, Roger?
I said conflict. Okay, he didn't say war.
We're not in any wars.
He said conflict. Right now? He was against conflict.
Okay, so he has stopped 8 wars throughout the world to date. Yes, he has.
He hasn't.
Go look it up.
Name them.
He had one recently overseas in Indonesia. He stopped the Pakistani conflict. He has stopped. Yeah, because you're not looking for it because you hate him.
No, because it freaking wasn't popular. It wasn't big.
My God!
Right?
Because you hate him.
Yeah, of course I hate him because he's gone against every freaking thing that he freaking I voted for the man, dude, because he said
Roger hates him because of the things he did.
He has done absolutely nothing that he said he was going to do.
Then tell me what war we're involved in. Tell me what war we're involved in.
It's time for break.
We're going out on break. We shall return. This has been fun. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Too late. I already took us to break.
Still can't tell me what war he got us involved in. We're not in any wars right now.
Vietnam
because you
wasn't
said
a
war.
Vietnam wasn't
Can we
a
talk
war.
paranormal?
He promised not to get us involved in war, and we're not in a war.
Vietnam wasn't
But
a war,
again,
Nancy.
he promised not to get us in a war. We're not
Ukraine
in a
is
war.
something like a war. I mean, that's
We're not in Ukraine.
War of
He
dollars
straight
of
out
ours.
said he was
I
gonna
wouldn't
stop
call what's
all these
happening in the
conflicts.
Levant a war. That's certainly true.
His promise was he was going to get us out of all these conflicts.
Yep, he did not. Well, what's
he
happened? Israel has not invaded Iran. Iran has not invaded Israel. We're not involved in that boots on ground at all.
Yeah,
we're
that's
not
just
boots on
straight up,
ground in Ukraine.
one-way beatdown.
We're not
Never
boots on
mind
ground
that.
in Greenland.
But
We're not
Ukraine,
boots
I
on
don't
ground
know.
in Venezuela. We're
Well-
not boots on ground.
Well, technically, we
Period.
are boots on
Good
ground in
job.
Greenland
That's
because we
right.
lease a base there.
Right, but we're not at war.
No.
In
We are
Greenland,
not
And there's no
boots on ground
conflict
at
there.
war.
There's a negotiation.
it's-
There's a difference between, when bullets fly
Yep.
and,
that's
and,
terrible.
and you have legislation
a couple of days ago.
that deal
Sorry,
with
Mark.
international treaties.
Yep. And they never said
but,
conflict.
but
See,
don't
that's something
think-
the far
but don't
right's
think that
pushing.
we
They
couldn't
were talking
use the
terrorists.
Monroe Doctrine there.
These
we
are the
needed
8
to.
wars that Trump has avoided.
You are
Armenia and
unbelievable.
Azerbaijan, the Republic of Congo and Rwanda, Iran and Israel, India and Pakistan, Cambodia and Thailand, Israel and Hamas. Yeah, those are the wars that he has prevented.
Do you know anything about Azerbaijan? Good luck keeping that. Good luck keeping
I just
that
know
going. That's
basically
not,
that
that's not going to
he
happen.
stepped in. He
Okay,
negotiated a peace.
That's temporary.
I know he's kept. I can tell you for a fact he stopped Israel from going into Iran.
The US has always been
dropped
an
love bombs.
isolationist country. The US has always traditionally been an isolationist country. You are going back to isolationism.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
I
wrong with that.
one of the videos I posted up the other day on chat was related to this. Yeah, the US traditionally is an isolationist country.
That's the way it was before World War II.
And what usually happens when we go into that? Oh, 4
We
to
do
10
well.
years later, we're in a world war. So, if we don't make a bigger buffer for ourselves, like Greenland and controlling the Gulf of America, all right?
Yep.
Then we could probably end up in that again a lot quicker.
No,
and again,
with Greenland, we gotta do that one because we gotta get the frickin' Europeans.
No,
out
no,
of
no.
frickin'
We're
North
doing that
America.
because that's the entrance to Hollow Earth.
Well, that
not
too.
just that, dude.
That
We've
too.
been paying for Greenland for how long now? And like I said, we've been giving them money for their native citizens in Greenland. This is what kills me. We have a line item, okay, in our budget that's been in there since the 1940s, where we pay a stipend to Denmark for the population or the native population of Greenland, okay, to help them with the native population of Greenland, to give them different abilities to do things, health, all that good stuff. What did Greenland do, or what did Denmark do? This is a stipend that the only way it gets adjusted, it's always a lump sum amount in the budget, but the only way it gets adjusted is it's not adjusted for say losses. It's only adjusted for like gains. In other words, they estimate the population growth, they pay that amount per dollar, and they adjust per dollar price amount in the United States. So what the value of their money is versus our money. So they're always getting a higher amount every year. So what did Denmark do? In the 1960s and 1970s, all the way up until the 2000s, they were sterilizing the native population, the females, without their knowledge or permission. They were inserting defective IUDs and sterilizing them.
Britain, so was the US.
Yep.
To point,
But they did that, but they were still accepting our money based on the higher amounts the whole time. And now, see, apparently somebody blew the whistle in Greenland, and now the native women, are suing the snot out of the Danish government for doing this, because they went in for birth control, and what happened is they were sterilized.
30 seconds.
That's voluntary. That's voluntary eugenics too, though. You got to understand that. That's where all that comes from.
Have you done any research on West Indies?
Oh, dude, we did it here to the black population.
Yeah, the US is still paying Denmark for that.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, like I said,
Here's
the
your
Danes
countdown.
don't have a leg to stand on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Wild and woolly, always. And yeah, you guys got to understand, we're going to disagree about things, but it's still, I have great respect for Roger. I hope he has a respect for me. But we stand our ground. Both of us are dug in, and because I don't know, I see a different dynamic happening than others do, and maybe that's because I follow pretty much everything, and I watch what's moving and what's not moving, and I know what makes sense. And I know that what I'm seeing, what makes sense is that we are going to, guys, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but we are heading into a financial reset. No two ways about that, and I'm saying that because gold and silver are still topping out at ridiculous levels, and the fact is that the banks are in really deep trouble because of the positions they held in silver.
Well,
they are in not recoverable trouble.
Yeah, silver was $100 last night, and then
2-3 years anyway.
90.
A lot of Europe has been in recession for technically maybe last 2 years.
Mark, here's the problem. It's the historical markers when it comes to when gold and silver do this, and they've never done it to this level before, ever. But whenever they rise in tandem like this, we have gone into like ridiculously large recessions, if not depressions. And right now, we are exceeding the levels before the Great Depression by double. So, in other words, we are in the banks are in really big trouble. Like, I don't know how long they can continue to hide the trouble they're in.
But for the foreseeable future, we've always got quantitative easing, both the US and UK, and a lot of Europe has got quantitative easing.
Put it this way, your Bank of England is already setting up a scenario that they're going to crash because of alien disclosures.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
come on.
That's true, though. England can't handle it because of all the freaking alien attacks that's been going on there.
Yeah, that's why they're crashing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mentioned it to him before on one of our shows. I want to bring up freaking England recalling a disclosure, 18 files, dude, that was supposed to be disclosed, and they pulled it back because of mysterious reasons, and it was all about UFOs.
I'm telling you, they're going to try to run a blue beam. I'm telling you guys, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Those idiots are going to do it. And here's the thing, probably half of the world's population is going to fall for it. That is the worst part about this. They're all going to be like, look, aliens, we all got to worship the same God. This is wonderful.
England
I can touch it.
About it. It's not a lie. They know the whole deal. The Queen was a freaking reptilian.
Yep. But like I said, they're building a narrative that's like, I said to somebody, literally, just go read Project Bluebeam by Serge Manast. Go read it. You're going to be really embarrassed when you get done reading it and then look at what's going on right now.
Well, I think they need to update it though, because I think it's going to be a lot more technical. It's going to be a lot more technology involved, and it's going to be directly linked into the brain. Like, you're not going to have like visions of looking up in the sky. I think Jesus is sitting there. You know what I mean? It's going to be
it's going to be the technology they used in Venezuela. It's going to be voice to skull technology. It's going to be acoustic. A lot of it. Because that is the one thing we cannot fight.
I guarantee it's going to be freaking waveforms being introduced into your brain. It's not even going to be
acoustic.
It's not going to be like speakers or anything. Or it's going to be vibrational. It's going to go right into your brain.
Frequency. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's going to be all frequency directed. In fact, a little advice and even a plug. There's a website out there called lessemf.com. Go look it up and get yourself a cap. An EMF shielding cap that they have them like the
aluminum
you can get
foil hat.
Dude, No, like it doesn't. There's no aluminum foil. It's actually they're really nice. But
just go get you an aluminum foil.
Like the winter caps, and you can get a baseball cap that'll shield your brain. I'm not playing. I am not playing, and this is not me playing conspiracy theorist. I've been saying it for years. This stuff is messed up.
They got cool freaking aluminum foil hats now. Freaking Leak Project even has baseball caps where it's got the aluminum foil on.
So does Less CMF. Yep. You can get baseball caps. You can get clothing. Things that will protect you from frequency waves.
Yeah. And
I wish I was joking when I'm saying this, because I'm dead serious. Go look at it truly, if you want some semblance of security, because they have these weapons. They've had these weapons for decades now.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, years ago when the Beltway sniper happened and the naval shipyard shooter happened, because I studied what they were saying before they went on these rampages, and I said, that's voice-to-skull technology. In fact, Mark, we did it on one of my shows. And I discussed it. I said they were talking about a voice telling them to do things in their head. Well, these guys they're older men. If it was schizophrenia, they would have been diagnosed years earlier. I mean, no, this was voice-to-skull technology.
There's something I want to mention too about the resources stuff too. You've mentioned it, and I hear a lot of people talking about freaking silver. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the thing about this whole deal is you got to kind of be watchful over that, because there's a lot of hype going into the silver trade as well. So it could be possibly true that there is a shortage of silver, but it could also be manufactured, like a lot of things. Because like if you pay attention, especially on the internet, people are pushing, come buy silver, buy silver, buy silver. It's a big sell now. Everybody's pushing that. And they're throwing like fear out on people, like gold is going to be the only freaking resource there's available because the economies are going to crash and stuff. And they don't realize that if the economy crashes, gold isn't going to be freaking worth
gold isn't good. You can't eat it.
Yeah.
I always say that you can't eat it. You can't drink it. You can't, unless you're really, really, really good at physics, you can't get it to power anything. You're going to do better selling firewood and stocked cans of beans and teaching people how to grow herbs and having chickens and things like that. Those are going to be valuable.
See, now you're talking my language. I don't buy into all this shit. Like I don't, like if you want to help me freaking make it to where these laws aren't freaking making it to where it's illegal to have freaking farm animals in freaking a town, or freaking, I can understand in the city, you don't want chickens and pigs running around, okay? But in small towns, there should be no problem with people freaking having chicken coops.
I know, actually, our county where we live, and because we're zone ag where we are, we can have chickens, roosters, whatever we want, pretty much. But the county itself was restrictive. They didn't allow chickens. You couldn't, you still can't have a rooster, but they recently passed a law like 4 months ago, giving people in the county the right to own 4 hens in basically the city areas. So they're allowed to have hens in their backyards now, which I think is awesome. But they say because of the noise ordinances, they don't want the roosters. I don't blame them. We have quite a loud rooster. He's very vocal, but I get that. But again, they're opening up, and I gotta give it to Ron DeSantis. I don't like some of his connections. I know he's connected to Israel in a lot of ways, and I don't like that. But I don't like it with the Israeli government. I think the Israeli people can be workable, but the Israeli government, I'm done with them. But it's funny because he's doing all these things. He's passing these laws in Florida that are making it it's making it a very, again, a viable area to live. They're trying to make it so you can be self-sufficient if you need to be. The only thing I don't like about Florida still is that the smart boxes, the grids, and just like pretty much every other state in the continental United States, you're required to have a smart box somewhere on your land if you're going to develop on that land. It's very hard to get off the grid, especially in Florida. Florida, it's really hard. So it's even if you're going to do solar, they require you to have a smart box hookup. somewhere on the property.
They're making it
So
illegal for off the grid in a lot of places now.
Yep.
Where if you try to go off grid, they will literally arrest you and take your land from you.
Well, I mean, come on. This is the United States, where we whisper about the fact that there have been people arrested for collecting rainwater on their own property.
Well, rainwater is actually good water if you know how to do it. But the problem is with that is there isn't too many people who know how to actually do rainwater properly. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you've got to learn how to filter it correctly and stuff of that nature. And then the mosquitoes.
Yes. Well, in Florida specifically, you got to be real careful with that because they're like Jurassic mosquitoes down here.
Mm-hmm.
But and they carry disease, and that's, it's even worse now. Thank you to Bill Gates and Oxitec. Real big thank you there, brother, for your cloned mosquitoes that, somehow went haywire. Well, they didn't escape. They just didn't do what they were supposed to do, which he told us they were going to kill off the breeding population. And what they did was we ended up with things like, encephalitis and, oh God, what was that disease that was going around that caused the brain deterioration? The children born with like half a brain. That came from the Oxitec mosquitoes. I mean, and they'll say, oh, it was the hurricane. No, because we've had plenty of hurricanes in the state of Florida, and that's never happened. Okay, literally, it came after they released the Oxitec mosquitoes. And they'll deny it and they'll look the other way, but Oxitec is a Gates Corp Foundation company, fully funded by Bill Gates.
I think we ran Jason off.
Oh no, he's just quiet. He's mute. He's probably pissed about the last conversation. That's okay. I didn't mean to butt hurt you, Jason, but I don't back down, and neither do you.
What's that?
Yeah,
there you go.
We're wondering where you went.
I knew I'd get him out. Jason, you're so easy to bait.
Well, you could have said
you're
anything.
So easy to bait.
Like hello, but I guess you're the one still thinking about that. I wouldn't even.
I was baiting you out into a conversation. It's the easy way to get you to turn your mic on. But
we were wondering where you went.
On, but I get yelled at when it's on, so I'm trying to leave it off.
I didn't yell at you. I let you guys fight it out with me. Dude, I ain't afraid of no fight. I am the one female that won't stand up.
No, I wasn't mad at all about that. No, we do. I think you want to hear something funny? I'm pretty sure this is my 33rd show with you guys.
Yeah.
Not even 32nd. No, seriously, because I missed one. But anyway, no, I ain't nothing like that at all.
30.
I just had my camera on.
Yeah. 33. No, hey, put that camera back on. What are you doing, huh?
No, he's good.
Come on.
But like I said, it's there's so many things, Roger, that need to be fixed. And there's I've said it to people before, there's no way the president is going to be able to do this because he's getting cock-blocked left and right, even by the GOP. They're cock-blocking him too. I mean, it's like the first administration. It's a joke. And until they go through...
intellectually beat you down.
I don't think so, but that's okay. But the thing is that you can't, to me, the way I see it, just looking at everything that's happening and watching what Congress is doing and not doing, more importantly, basically the whole thing's got to get burned to the ground and start again. Because there's no way he's going to be able to fix everything. He can only do what he's going to do. And how is it going to get burned to the ground? And this is what I said to Ralphie. We may not like how this frickin' happens, but it's the only way it can happen. And that is for the military to take control. How does that happen? The Insurrection Act gets declared because the idiots in the Midwest are playing right into it. And there's no avoiding it.
That right there could possibly be what Donald Trump is wanting, because he's
of course
wanting to overthrow the United States and create his own.
No, he's not wanting to overthrow it. He's wanting to get the corruption
government out. Yeah, I mean that's
he's wanting
pretty much
to do what his bosses tell him.
He just wants a tyrannical government.
He's no different than every POTUS.
So how is it tyrannical? I want to know what he's done that's tyrannical.
Tyrannical is pretty much everything he's done since he's...
No,
what
explain
is,
to me
I've
how it's
actually
tyrannical.
kept track of the time period from the time he first got into office until now, and he has done complete, insane, outrageous shit.
Like what?
He freaking wanted to deport people, take them down to South America, and freaking put them in prison instead of releasing them.
If they were here, but again, if they were here and charged with criminal actions and their country won't take them back, what do you do with them?
He now has freaking stormtroopers going door to door in masks, searching freaking people.
Why is that? Why is that?
That's not freaking the way.
Because the state is not doing what? What is state? The state is not doing what?
The state's not supposed to do that. Neither is the federal government. We don't.
Really? So what are we supposed to do with child predators that are here illegally? Because 97% of the arrests and detentions are child predators.
Propaganda.
But what are we supposed to do with them, Roger?
Now they're all pedophiles and they're all fucking criminals.
Roger, what are we supposed to do with them?
So see, this is the kind of agenda.
Are you supposed to just let them go?
What Trump supporters are freaking saying.
Roger.
No.
What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just let them go?
No. Now everybody who Donald Trump is saying is freaking illegals. They're a bunch of freaking pedophile criminal Mexicans in freaking South America.
No, they're not actually Mexicans. They're Somalians that are being arrested right now.
Every person I hear on the freaking internet talking and
they're
supporting
Puerto Ricans,
Donald Trump
they're Mexicans, they're
no, they're
Somalians.
Somalians. And Puerto Ricans are not illegal immigrants.
So now with Somalia, we're going to be attacking Somalia
documented that they've been arrested. They're not just arresting one race.
Go look at the statistics.
That's not love. It's just not.
Go look at the statistics.
I've talked to people
in
that LA that live in these states.
In LA, they've just arrested a bunch of Tren de Aragua. In Oregon, Tren de Aragua. In Minnesota, it was Somalia.
In California, they're arresting Chicanos.
Okay, what's wrong with arresting a Chicano if they have?
In Florida, where Nancy?
Let me ask you a question.
Where you're at, they're arresting Cubans. I mean, you should know that.
Yes.
You're in Florida. They're not just arresting Somalians.
Yes, but we're not arresting the wet foot, dry foot
the white
communities.
people that they're beating down and arresting in between.
Because the white people are putting themselves in arm's reach of law enforcement.
You keep saying that to switch the narrative. I'm talking about a girl with blonde hair that Roger even knows about. That was just going to work. She was born in America. And she got pulled over just for nothing because they saw her scrubs.
Have you looked at
That's the fourth time I've said this on the show.
But you're only looking at one.
So whoever, I'm more than comfortable with.
Stop.
You know what I mean?
You're not letting me respond. Both of you, stop. Let me respond.
They literally just went into
Go
school.
ahead.
Guys, let me freaking respond. You're not going to out-talk me.
We're talking about the people aiming their cars at work.
Stop.
Who are white.
Let me respond right now. Okay, stop. The fact is, you're hearing. Hey,
I'm going to cut you off.
Jason, stop. I'm gonna cut you off. Boss narrative. It's my show. Stop. Okay. The fact is, the scenario. I just looked up the scenario you're talking about. Okay, the white female with the blonde hair. You got her side of the story. You did not get the law enforcement side of the story, and you don't care to hear it because you don't want to hear it. You don't want to believe the narrative. That's fine.
That's because you're saying she was trying to hit them with the car. No, that's incorrect.
I didn't know which narrative you were. Hey, let me finish my story. Let me finish what I'm saying. That was I was thinking about dark.
3 times. Is this
Jason, shut up. I was literally thinking of the dark-haired woman.
Shut up now. I mean, if it's like that,
Jason,
keep me off the program.
Stop.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Let me finish my sentence.
Shut the fuck up.
Let me finish my sentence.
You shut the fuck up. Come
Dude,
up here to
let me finish.
Tell me to shut the fuck up.
Oh my God!
Tell people to shut
Mark,
the fuck
mute
up
him.
on the radio.
Mute him. Okay, I'm trying to finish a sentence. You won't even let me finish it. Would you stop it?
All right, I'm going to end the show.
Thank you.
All right.
Good Lord, I couldn't even finish a sentence. Okay, what I was trying to say is I was picturing the dark-haired female that kept saying she was autistic, and they proved that wrong. When I looked up the blonde-haired female, she was actually involved in something earlier that they had pulled her over for. Now, again, it doesn't make it right or wrong, but it does give a segue. Law enforcement is law enforcement. They're being spit on, shot at, having bottles thrown at them, and they're just following orders out there. Okay, they're doing what they need to do because there is no other constitutional way to do it. They're going to claim constitutional rights, which they've done. Illegals do have a right to certain things in this country. But by claiming those rights, they also put it under the constitutional law, which says that law enforcement can't discern between criminal activity illegals and non-criminal activity illegals. They just have to look at them all as illegals and then sort it out later. They deport them and sort it out later. That is the only way it can be done. And even Barack Obama stated that years ago because of the way the law is written. If you don't like it, you need to protest and have the law changed. But Congress doesn't want to do that, does it? So it ties law enforcement and it ties the president into a position where they either do it or they don't do it. And if we don't do it, we're in bigger trouble. Much bigger trouble. Because there are literally tens of millions of them here. And not all of them are good people. A lot of them are not good people.
We're in bigger trouble because that's the only focus that everybody who seems to be supporting Trump is about immigration, and there's a lot bigger problem.
No. I agree. Sorry. I think immigration's the minimal. I mean,
and that's so why corrupt. Everybody wants to talk about. Like, it's about this immigration thing. We have way bigger problems.
Yes. And I agree with you. The healthcare system, Roger, I'm stuck in the middle of the healthcare system. I can tell you exactly how absolutely desecrated it is.
Horrible. You mentioned it the other night about freaking people dying, dude, because they can't get freaking healthcare.
Yes. Or even even Rafi, who served this country for his whole life, pretty much, in one form or another, is under VA healthcare, which is a freaking joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. This man, like my mother just said to me yesterday, we went down to their house. My mom's like, "Oh, he's still limping." I'm like, "Yeah, because the VA never took care of his knee the way they should have."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it's ridiculous when you get benefits, and I will say they've got to do something about the ACA. It's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, the insurance carriers are out of control with what they're charging. And I think Trump's plan to actually give the stipends, the money for the insurance to the people and let them decide what they want to do with it. I think that's the right way to handle it personally. But you think he's going to get that through Congress? No. Congress is never going to allow for that. Why? Because they get big fat paychecks from the carriers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mess, Roger. How do you fix it? How do you fix it? Unless everybody keeps saying he's a tyrant, he's a totalitarian. No, he's not, but somebody's got to be. Because somebody's got to fix it.
It's just, I mean, when it comes to fixing stuff, you have to start, you know what I mean? Stop bullshitting, stop playing games.
But the ball stops.
It's like it's a word game where they just want to play it off. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then when it gets into they get into office, they don't do a damn thing.
But again, but you have stopping tabs. You have Congress that gets in the way, Roger. If we don't like it, we can't go for the president. You got to go for the representatives.
He was doing good when he first started out going on, getting freaking USAID and everything. But see, the thing of it is that money, if you took that money that he got from USAID, because he stuck it back into the government, because he put it back into the government, he literally squandered every penny he pulled out of there. Now, if he would have repatriated that into freaking the taxpayers' pockets, that would have actually done something for the economy. It would have boosted the economy.
But again, you got to understand the dynamics of what they did with the money in the government. They took all the money for the no. Before him, the Biden administration, if you look at what they did with the budgets, all the money that was going into USAID and into actually our military was actually getting bypassed and sent over to basically pay for benefits for multiple things, not just illegals, but all these stupid programs overseas.
He was able to get all that back with Elon Musk, okay? And he had all that money.
No. They tracked it. They tracked it, but they didn't necessarily retrieve it. Not all of it, not even close to all of it.
They had
tracked
over
it.
$7-8 billion, I believe it was. They were
Yes.
able to pull up.
Do you know how much was stolen from the military?
But instead of repatriating that into taxpayers' pockets, he turned around and funneled it right back into the government. And that right there.
He did?
Yes,
he did.
Close the show out.
All right. Actually, this is a great conversation, but he did in some ways, but again, you have to look at the fact that our military is way underpaid. Those guys haven't gotten raises, and their money was going to everything else but them, even though it was allotted to them. I mean, the mess of the budget. That's why I say they have to the whole economy's got to go, because it's a mess. It is a mess, and so much was stolen. Trillions of dollars being put into fake childcare things, and oh my God, are you kidding me right now? And we paid for it all, dude. And we still elect the same representatives who are okay with that because they don't want to address it.
Mark's making funny finger gestures.
All right. We are cutting it off. Guys, sorry about the argument tonight, but I do have a problem when I'm trying to get a sentence out of my mouth and I can't even complete the damn sentence. All right. With that, join us again next week for the Vixen's Vault. Hopefully Jason will rejoin us, and he'll, but again, it takes a lot for me to tell somebody to shut up. It really takes a lot. I don't even tell Raphael to shut up. It takes a lot. All right, guys, with that, I am out of here for the week. We will talk to y'all next week, and hopefully more exciting, fun events will happen in the interim. Have a great evening. Talk to y'all later.
All right, we're done.
Sorry about that, Mark.
Wow.
Well,
I do. It takes a lot for me to say shut up.
I'm just going to cut it completely right there.
All right. I was kind of seeing that.
We can't be doing that.
A week or two ago, I believe, is when I first started noticing it. Like he started getting all crazier and crazier. I think it was 2 weeks ago, because last week I fell asleep.
No.
Yeah. Came in halfway through, but like the week before that, man, he was just. You could see.
He doesn't. He's not going to be. He won't. He doesn't like it when you come at a different angle from him, and I hold nothing against him. He's got passions. That's good. Roger, you know that. I love you to death. We're going to think differently. But I can't stand it when you yell at me for something and then don't let me rebut. And when I do rebut, you cut me off constantly before I even get half of a sentence out of my mouth. And Rafi's noticed it.
If
he had a position, he wasn't going to let you
we will be
countermand
going
him.
to the Great Conspiracy.
Ooh.
Now, make sure he's actually not streaming you, because every time I'm on there and you do that, it like cuts his off and then it goes blank because he's already streaming you.
Yeah, he's streaming us right now, and I'm letting him know that we're going over there. Get ready, because when I cut off, that's where we're going, buddy. And if Jason was here and he was up, I would restream.
Sorry, Mark.
No, okay.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be yelled at on my own show. It's not going to happen.
I mean, I was, I even said, before we came back, let's do paranormal. Come on.
I tried to go there, but again, it's, you go there with Greenland. I could have gone way deeper with Greenland, but no.
I was trying to get that, but, that didn't happen. But, Yeah. Too many.
But again,
too many F-bombs tonight.
Yeah. Well, I did 2 on the break. That was all I did, because I'd stopped myself with Jason, because it was coming out, but I didn't. I held it.
I mean, right at the end, and then underneath
that was
all
me.
that too. Raph told him to shut the fuck up too, and I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that.
I gotta tell you, in Raph's defense, for the last month and a half, he's wanted to do that because he gets mad when I get cut off like that, and he sees my frustration because I'm back here trying very hard to make a point,